So a flat spot on a wheel of a train is exactly what it would sound like. It's when there's a minor imperfection on the face of the wheel. Those imperfections are measured in millimeters, usually between 1 to 2 millimeters. So as a reference, this is a dime. I don't know if this is the width. I know it's not the diameter, but let's call it the depth of a dime. And according to Google, the depth of a dime is about 1.3 millimeters. So we're talking about a flat spot about the depth of a dime. But in a train, that flat spot on a wheel, it does create a telltale sign. When the wheel rotates, it clicks. It can also have a slight effect to the ride of the vehicle, comfort, but flat spots occur routinely. They can occur for many reasons, and they're common, and CATS has the equipment, as all light rail providers do, to do a maintenance procedure called truing the wheel, which is literally grinding the flat spot off of the face of the wheel so that it's perfectly round again. In addition to that, the other maintenance term we'll talk about is excessive play in the wheel. And the best way to describe this, if you think about a wheel and you're looking at your car, the treads from the front, when a wheel is rolling straight down the road, it should be perfectly straight, rotating. It should not be wobbling back and forth. So excessive play refers to wobble. And the tolerances for excessive play in a wheel are 0, right? It should be perfectly straight. It should not wobble. Okay. So with that in mind, what happened? How did we get here? On December 30th of 2023, light rail vehicle 113, the operator, the vehicle was in service and the operator detected the clicking sound. The operator contacted railcar maintenance and the vehicle was taken in for service. The wheel was trued at that point. Railcar maintenance ran a test run of the vehicle. Everything checked out and the vehicle was put back in service. On Friday of last week, so January the 5th, light rail vehicle 113 was again in revenue service and an operator reported the telltale signs of a flat spot, the clicking. So again, railcar maintenance brought the vehicle in to assess it. They did determine that there was a flat spot. When it came in the second time, given that it was only 5 days between the first service, the truing of the wheel, December 30th, and Friday, railcar maintenance, they did identify a flat spot, but they decided that in an abundance of caution, they really needed to do further investigation to see if there was additional root cause that was creating it, because while flat spots are not uncommon, it's not usual to see a new flat spot develop after just 5 days. So they did that work, and what they determined was one wheel on the middle wheel assembly of the vehicle. So there are multiple wheels per wheel assembly. One wheel had excessive play. It was wobbling as it spun. That immediately raised concerns, and railcar maintenance then notified our CATS's safety and security team, and safety and security followed all protocols and notified NCDOT of the situation on Saturday earlier in the day. Based on all of the information NCDOT received, NCDOT then issued on Saturday evening the directive to remove the 100 and 200s. Now a little from revenue service. Now a little bit about what we know. In that investigation, our railcar maintenance did identify the wobble. But you may be familiar over the last year, we've talked about journal bearings or the bearing maintenance that we are doing on the light rail fleet. They were able to determine that there were no indications that this issue was stemming from lack of maintenance or a maintenance issue with the bearing on this vehicle. And they are able to do that because we have heat tabs or heat strips affixed to the axle. And if a bearing is failing, it will heat up. And so the heat tabs will register that excessive heat. And then you take the vehicle out of service and you do further investigation. The other thing is that ultimately when a bearing stops working completely, so there's no indication that the bearing was a contributing factor to this. In addition to that, they launched an inspection of the middle trucks of the rest of the fleet to determine if, while they didn't know why there was the excessive play, they wanted to determine if there was excessive play in other wheels on other vehicles in the fleet. And based on their reviews, their investigation, they have found no excessive play on any of the other wheels that were inspected. So again, couple things. We will make service. We are working with NCDOT to understand the root cause of this excessive play in the wheel, and Siemens. And at this point, we will keep doing the work with Siemens to really do that analysis. My team has already been on the phone this weekend and this morning with Siemens. We have already requested, and we anticipate Siemens to send out a team of technicians here to Charlotte this week to do an initial review or examination of the wheel in question, so that we can at least have some preliminary data on possible causes of this excessive play in the wheel. With that, let me pause and see if there are additional, but I do want to emphasize the wheel flat, the flat spot on the wheel, that is a normal routine occurrence. However, the directive really stems from excessive play in one wheel on one vehicle. So let me pause there.
Thank you, Brent. Committee questions? I have a couple. For one, just to recap, taking all those trains out of service is quite a dramatic event, and I think, people are going to hear about that and wonder, and what you've just told us is a lot to take in, so I think it's worth highlighting a couple of things. For one, the way in which that was detected by the driver, reported in accordance with procedures, which frankly a couple of years ago might not have happened, right? We've come a long way from the conditions that you inherited. The very speedy action that was taken in order to make the determination there were no issues like this anywhere else. So I think to a certain extent this is a strange affirmation of a lot of the work that you've been doing and that we've been doing, and we need to sort of keep sight of the context in the sense of we did have a driver who detected an irregularity in the operation of the train that was then traced to a single wheel, and nothing has been found anywhere else. NCDOT, as they explained to us, was concerned that because this had happened twice to the same wheel, and that led to the discovery of that, the wobble. And the explanation for that isn't immediately clear. So I think their view was that until we have that explanation, out of an abundance of caution, we needed to take this action with the trains. So I get that. I think it's quite a dramatic step they took to kind of sideline all of those trains. But I just think we need to be careful about how we interpret it, what it implies for the system. What I think a couple of things that are of concern is right now we have capacity with the trains that are in service, which are the 300 series, the newer trains. We have the capacity to provide service to the public on the usual schedule. And that involves, however, those trains working overtime, if you will, right? And presumably, since that's not the normal order of things, there could be some impact on our ability to deliver service. So could you talk about whether the riding public is likely to see any change in the operation of the trains because of this?
Yeah, so the short answer is no. To the riding public, the impacts of this will be negligible, if not completely non-existent. So what would happen, so I mentioned we have 23 trains and we need 23 vehicles and we need 20 daily to make service. And all of those vehicles, they require routine maintenance and other things as well. So while we are providing service, 23 vehicles, having 3 spares is a very lean spare ratio. So what would happen if at some point we have 19 trains available? We don't have 20 trains. So the standard operating procedure for CATS is to run what's called a 2-car train. And so for every 1 train on the alignment, every train consists of 2 light rail vehicles, right? So if we're using 20 vehicles, what that means is daily there are 10 trains running back and forth on the blue line. So if we found a situation where we had 19 trains available, for example, what we would do is send 9 trains out with 2 cars and 1 train out with 1 car. The schedule itself would not be affected. Operationally, it is completely acceptable to run 1-car trains or 2-car trains. Some systems run 3-car trains. And you can mix and match that. They don't have to be all consistent, right? And actually, for many years, CATS did run a mix of 2-car and 1-car trains. So from a passenger standpoint, we do not anticipate adjusting the schedule or the headways, 20-minute headways along the blue line. If we had a shortage of vehicles, we did not have 20 available, it would mean we would send out some vehicles as 1-car trains.
So the terms of the NCDOT order were basically that you need to conduct a root cause analysis in order to be sure about what that wobble represents or whether there's any reason to be concerned. That takes time. In the interim, the ongoing process of maintaining these trucks and therefore being able to restore trains to service will continue, because once the trucks have come back from that service, that train can be put back to work. So roughly, what does the sort of timeline look like for getting those trains serviced and then put back on the tracks?
Yeah, so that is a good point. What NCDOT has said is it's an either-or for restoring the 100 and 200s back into service. Either they have the maintenance that's already scheduled, and once that's complete, they can go back into service, or we understand true root cause to the wobble, and we address that separately some other way. So the maintenance is ongoing. We have contracted with Siemens in the summer to expedite the maintenance. They have stood up an additional shop in Florida. It's actually the Brightline facility in Florida. The Brightline is the high-speed train between Miami and Orlando. So Siemens has worked with Brightline to stand up that shop. That's beneficial to us because the Siemens main maintenance facility is in California. And so to do the service takes approximately 5 to 6 weeks. To do that service with transit to California, you add 2 weeks on both ends. It takes 2 weeks for the truck to get there and 2 weeks for it to get it back. So you end up with a roughly 2 to 2.5 month timeline between sending the truck out and receiving it. In Florida, the transit time is cut roughly in half, and so it's about 6 to 7 weeks for the wheel assemblies, the trucks, to leave Charlotte, go to Florida, and come back. We currently have 3 that are already in Florida and should be back sometime over the next, at different points, 30 to 45 days. And clearly with, I guess the silver linings here is with more of the 100 and 200 series parked or grounded, if you will, we will start to expedite. We've already had conversations with Siemens to send them more wheel assemblies for maintenance. And that conversation has already been had, and we will be working with Siemens to send more of the wheel assemblies or trucks to Florida for immediate repair or maintenance.
So the outlook is over the coming months, we will see trains returning to service, ramping up, and at some point in time, the root cause analysis will then clarify the issue around the wobble, which presumably, based on your inspection of all the other trains, is going to lead to NCDOT being able to issue a new order allowing them to resume service, right?
We'll have conversations with NCDOT about next steps.
So I would like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Anderson and Councilmember Mayfield. Good morning to you both. Questions, anybody? So otherwise, I think I just want to make one comment, which is some people may wonder, okay, is this a safety thing? Do we need to worry about safety? And I would just like to emphasize that if anything, the opposite is the case. What we saw here was a detection by a trained operator of a minor irregularity in a train that led to the report to NCDOT. NCDOT then took a pretty dramatic action out of an abundance of caution. So frankly, in my mind, safety is the last thing we have to worry about here. As we emerge from some of the problems of 2022, the vigilance around cats is very high. So we will have to deal with the impact, if any, on service, and you're going to be challenged to kind of get this maintenance work done. But frankly, I think the fact that you were able to make that assessment over the weekend of all of those trains and conclude there were no bearing issues, there were no wheel issues, this is an isolated incident, is a credit. And I appreciate that you and your team were able to do that. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I heard your remarks about the speed in which CATS address this issue, and I completely concur with you. Just a question around, as these cars come back, is there a standard operating procedure or anything that would preclude you and CATS bringing these cars back online and into service at a regular cadence, or will there be another stopgap or something else on the end to delay that?
No, so when the trucks are sent back from maintenance, they're tested in the field, right, on equipment. They're spun to make sure everything's working right. They listen to it, make sure everything seems to be in order. But physically, when the truck arrives back in Charlotte, it is not cleared until it is actually physically tested on the vehicles. NCDOT, Siemens, CATS personnel are all on hand for those physical tests that are conducted really literally live with the equipment. And so there are many safety protocols in place, and we have been following those to bring back online a truck that has been maintained.
Excellent. So it just underscores what the chair said as it relates to the safety measures, that when these cars come back, there's yet another safety check, and then they're brought online. So the riding public can feel very safe and secure that these cars have been tested and are ready to go.
Absolutely. And I guess if I can just add one more quick thing, I would be remiss if I didn't say this, and I know that this sentiment has been echoed, but from my view, this is a hard way to, it was a hard couple days over the weekends. But from my view, there is some good news here, and the good news is the system works. Our staff are well-trained. They identified this issue. We reported this issue all the way from a rail operator up to our safety and security folks. This is, safety is first, and part of a safety culture. This is seeing that in action, and I am really proud of our staff for identifying this and taking decisive action.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. And I think it's important to highlight you too, Brent, because you have created a culture in CATS that aligns with the culture of the organization. And just the constant, I picked on Brent a little bit when I walked in and said I spent way too much time with you this weekend. But that's great, and I think that's the way it should go. And And thank you, Liz, and Jason Snyder and the team. So I just wanted to acknowledge Brent and for the culture that he's creating in CATS.
No, I think it's funny, there's a sort of silver lining here in terms of having a situation that we're going to have to deal with for a few months, but also seeing that demonstration of of all of our procedures. And again, I think it's really in contrast to where we were a couple of years ago. So, good. Now, if there are no comments from the committee, it was intended that we would have a CATS update other than this report. So, Mr. Cagle, do you have anything else to share with us?
So there were a few things. I will be very, very quick and brief on this. Normally, we would report out on activities of the work group. The work group met, I believe, in October with a tour of our facilities. The outstanding items on the work group are the FTA reviews, the financial management oversight review, and the special maintenance review. That work is continuing. In fact, the FTA will be on site this week. It's coincidental. They will be on site this week to do field work on the maintenance review. As they are doing that, we will get a better picture from FTA on what their anticipated timeline is for issuing draft reports. But I'd say that those that we're getting near to draft reports being issued, but we don't have those yet. In addition, the work group was working, we are working on, as part of the work group activities, a risk analysis. CATS is working with management partners or Baker Tilly. They were management partners and they changed names to Baker Tilly to help us with that review. That work is also ongoing and we'll be able to provide additional reports on that work in subsequent meetings. And then lastly, I do want to say that just before Christmas, we had a bus operator who was struck by a stray bullet. It occurred, the bus was on LaSalle Street. The bus, according to CMPD, the passengers, the operator, the bus itself was not the intended target. This was the result of other things going on and stray gunfire. So that's unfortunate that this happened for all of us. Now, I am glad to report that the operator is doing well. He was transported and received medical attention, but the nature of the wound was that he is definitely, it's a very good prognosis, and he is recovering well. In addition to that, we continue to look at ways that we can continue to increase our position on safety and security, not only for our operators, but for our passengers as well.
And I think what we're seeing is a reflection of an unsettling situation in Charlotte as it relates to public safety, Chairman Watlington. And so this is not actually a particular CATS issue, and we've had to point this out before. We've seen incidents where trains were affected or had occurrences of violence, but it's a manifestation of the violence that's happening around the city, and something that is of concern, but not for this committee. Okay, and otherwise we can take it that all of the items on which you were reporting, the staffing and the other things, are progressing as previously described, so there's no breaking news.
Yes, sir. Oh, I apologize. There is one last thing. In February, in the middle of February, so we have, City Council approved the new bus operations contract with National Express. National Express is on site this week. They were on site over the weekend and this week to do employee outreach, right? Introductions to the new management team, the new company, with the operators and employees who will, they're employees today and will remain employees through this transition. So they are doing that. National Express has a new management team, general manager, assistant general manager, or operating officer, and a head of maintenance. So those positions are in place, and National Express is doing outreach and is looking forward to assuming the contract in February.
And the terms of our deal with them are such that we have incentives and penalties in place that will help to avoid some of the issues that we were dealing with under the old agreement with the old manager related to drivers and absenteeism, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. If there's nothing else on cats, thank you, Brent. Good job, and why don't you take a couple of days off to recover your weekend?
Fair enough.
Our next item on the agenda is a planning update, and for that I call on Allison Craig.
Thank you so much. And Happy New Year. I think if Wendy, okay, if we could switch to the, yeah, thank you, the planning presentation. So we've got a few items that we want to talk about specifically this morning that relate to a business item that you have this evening, a cleanup text amendment that's coming for decision this month, and then an update where we are on our UDO residential overlays. But I also wanted to acknowledge, too, that there are some other topics that are of interest to council and the committee that we will be coming before you in the next month or two for future topics. And this relates to the duplex triplex referral that we had last fall, some more information about the tree canopy analysis, and then an update that we have for the campus districts for the UDO. Next slide. So you have an item up for decision and hearing this evening. We had some discussion about that at our last rezoning meeting, and you should have received a memo from me in your packets on Friday. If you can go to the next slide, please. So when council adopted the UDO in August, there was an accompanying resolution or ordinance that had a bunch of administrative and legal sort of requirements in there. And included in that, if you could go to the next slide, Wendy. Included in that was a provision that if you came in using pre-UDO zoning districts, that there was a sunset date. You couldn't just sit out there forever and have those rezoning petitions in the queue. And so we had a sunset date of March the 1st of this year, that if you didn't comply with that date, then those rezoning petitions would be null and void. What we found is that we've got some complicated projects. We've got the community asking for more time. They just haven't had enough time to work through questions and feedback and negotiations with the petitioner. And so what we're proposing is that council amend the resolution to extend the decision deadline to December the 16th of this year. If the community or the petitioner has had their community meeting and their public hearing by April the 15th of this year. That ensures that the public is aware of the project, that it's still active, that makes sure that council is aware of the project, and then allows sufficient time, at least 8 months, for the community to have conversations, to talk to you all, to talk to the petitioner, and work through whatever negotiations need to occur. And if both of these deadlines are not met, then the project must start over with using the UDO districts, or it will become null and void. All right, next slide. So we've got our second cleanup text amendment for the UDO. We're anticipating that these will come to council on a quarterly basis. Next slide. We have had a couple of different engagement opportunities. We had almost 100 people attend. We've dispersed this to mailing lists and on our website and had conversations with community members. This is, again, a cleanup. This is not policy issues. These are really about making it easier to function, easier to understand, and so a lot of clarifying language is in this text amendment. Next slide. I wanted to hit on a couple of different things that are in the cleanup text amendment. You can go online, or I'm happy to send a link to council members and committee members with all the different red lines. But I wanted to pull forward a few things that I think you've either asked staff questions about or things that we think are important, like making sure that there's, we're prohibiting outdoor entertainment in neighborhood commercial establishments, so we're having sort of that quality of life, addressing that. We also want to, and we have in the UDO that in certain zoning districts, you can only have a drive-through if it was located in the district prior to the UDO going into effect on June 1st. what we're wanting to clarify is it actually needs to also have been in operation. So it can't be a drive-through that just hasn't been converted over and has been out of use for a number of years. So it actually had to have been on the site and in operation in order to continue that use. And then lastly, related to drive-throughs, if it's a drive-through as an accessory to a restaurant or a bar, you have to have at least 24 seats. So it has to be a place where you can go as an individual, as a family, and go sit down at the restaurant and have a drive-through as an accessory use. Next slide. A couple of clarifying language about duplex and triplex. So as is very common when you introduce new concepts in an ordinance, you have people that try and test them to find creative ways to get around them. And we've seen some odd driveway configurations and things proposed. And so we are proposing to clarify the language just to make sure that what we are actually getting meets the intent and spirit of the ordinance and the vision. We had a project come before the UDO Board of Adjustment trying to test some of the language regarding the sidewall height for structures. And so while the UDO Board ruled in staff's favor, we just wanted to clean up that language to make sure that it's clear for everyone. And then we've had some requests from code enforcement to strengthen some language just to make sure that they can do what they need to do in terms of vehicle parking and storage. Next slide. And I think at this point, I'm turning it over to Deputy Director Holm.
Hi, how are you guys doing today? I'm going to talk through overlay districts and what those look like and where we are in the process with putting them into action. So you can go to the next slide. We have a lovely video that we will be emailing you all. For the essence of time today, we're not going to show it, but it's about 3 minutes, and it really gives the community and really people who are not necessarily in the weeds of overlay districts a broad view of what they are, how you use them, and what they can accomplish. Next slide. So just to catch you up to speed on that, there are 3 tools in the UDO that are new overlay districts that when you adopted the UDO went into effect. Those 3 tools are neighborhood character overlay, or NCO, residential infill overlay, or RIO as we call it, and then a new local historic district, which is street side. Those 3 tools can be used in different ways. You can see here that the street side is very similar to the historic district's process. It just limits how much of the lot is regulated by the historic district. And then the other 2 districts fall into our administrative process. So they are a part of just getting your building permit. Those are the neighborhood character overlay and the residential infill overlay. So I'm going to focus on those 2 today and what they accomplish. And we put them in the same bucket, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. But really, residential infill overlay is a very straightforward tool. It regulates 3 things. They're listed there: front setback, building height setback plane, and the maximum size. Whereas neighborhood character overlay involves a study, and it involves the option of 6 different ways to regulate a single family property. Next slide, please. So the tools for existing neighborhoods, RIO and NCO, you can kind of see here some of the examples of what the type of development and infill development that is occurring in some of our neighborhoods. So these, again, not regulating use. These could be duplexes, triplexes, or single-family houses, but the scale of them is very different than those houses around them. They may be a lot larger, have flat roofs. The parking may be oriented in a different way. You drive by them and you know they look different, right? So neighborhoods that want to limit this, control this, have something that fits in more with the fabric of the community may choose to use the RIO or the NCO as a tool. Next slide. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about residential infill overlay. Again, there's no menu for residential infill overlay. It automatically uses the front setback of adjacent buildings to set the front setback of an infill building. It takes the average on the block of the building size, and that's the average that the house may be, or duplex may be, and then it limits the building sidewall height. Now, I'll just note here that the building sidewall height, and Allison just mentioned it, these are things we already regulate in duplexes and triplexes, but with the Rio, it adds that to single-family homes as well, so an infill single-family house. So the residential infill overlay is a rezoning. You have a map, you take it through the rezoning process, it is applied. You need 50% of homeowners in the community to sign a petition to do that, but it is not a multi-step process. It is a single-step process. You have the signatures on the petition, you take it through rezoning. That can also be done by council action if for some reason people didn't have the signatures and there was a strong desire to make it happen. It can also happen through council action. Next slide. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the neighborhood character overlay, which again accomplishes some of the same things as the residential infill overlay, but it's a different process. So the neighborhood character overlay has a menu. There are up to, according to North Carolina law, there are up to 6 things that you can regulate through a neighborhood character overlay. So those 6 things are lot width or lot frontage, so how big that is, where the setbacks are, the maximum height, how much a building covers the lot, where the parking is and how much parking, and then the tree planting protections and standards. So you can pick one of these. If a neighborhood all agrees, they can limit one of these or they can do all of these. But it is based on the existing character of a community. So it is a multi-step process. Next slide, and I'll talk a little bit about that process next. So it is not a quick process. So I want to be really clear that to do a neighborhood character overlay, there are several steps. First, you have the application and eligibility meeting. We have several standards that are written in the ordinance about size of the area, how old the development is, all to meet that criteria of when you are eligible. Then you request a neighborhood character overlay planning process. So you have to have 25% of the property owners or 25% of the land area or a majority vote of council. Once that process starts, you go through several things. You have a public information meeting. We have consultants jointly with staff work on a neighborhood character plan and development. You have another meeting, and you work together with your community to decide what are the things we want to regulate. Do we just care about parking? Do we care about how tall the buildings are? Do we care about how big the buildings are? And you have to all agree 50%, 51% or more on what those standards are. And then you submit for the zoning map amendment petition and go through the adoption of kind of the plan and the standards. So this can take about 8 to 12 months at a minimum. So we've been working closely with other communities that have a very similar type of overlay district. And they've said that Raleigh, for example, has said that the quickest they've seen is about 2 years. Not because of staff time or because of the plan process, because of the time it takes to get the signatures and the time it takes to all agree on what the standards are that people are willing to kind of place on themselves. So again, I'll just reiterate that this does not limit use in any way. It is just form-based, so the form things that we talked about. We put asterisks here also to set forth what the standards are and steps are in the RIO process. So I mentioned it earlier, but you can see here, there's the application and eligibility meeting, same thing as you have to do with NCO. And we're really using those meetings as an opportunity to inform people about what the tools are and what they accomplish. And then you go through the zoning map amendment petition and adoption. So next slide. So when we adopted the UDO, we had a lot of conversations and heard a lot about the desire to use this tool. And we were concerned, knowing how the intensity of staff resources, the survey that has to happen, how would we kind of set forth a process to prioritize who gets to do it first, right? Who gets to use this tool first? So we worked with staff and with community members to really set forth a process of how to prioritize who would be in the first neighborhood character overlay program, who would be in that first phase. And so you can see here what some of those standards were. Were they in the vulnerable to displacement geography? Was it an inner ring neighborhood? And a lot of these overlap. Was it within a corridor of opportunity? Is it a transition between a historic district? Is it eligible for a National Register historic district? So we put all of these in place, and then according to ordinance, it is really up to the planning director to make the recommendation as to when we have a large number, what are the ones we're going to do first. So next slide. So through that, we opened the process, we closed the process in late October for that initial batch of NCO applications. We had 11 communities apply, 10 eligible. 6 were selected to participate in that phase 1 based on the prioritization things that we just showed you. You can see them listed here: Rolling Acres, Clanton Park, Medford Acres, Eastway Sheffield Park, Washington Heights, Belmont. We are currently kicking off that neighborhood character plan. We would like to kick that off and get going on it. And then we're going to really evaluate how it goes. What are the roadblocks? What are things that are a challenge? And how can we kind of continue to learn and modify the process as we move forward? So next slide. So you can see here, this just shows you what those look like on a map and where they're located. It's a good diversity of neighborhoods from across the city. Again, the key part of neighborhood character overlay and Rio is that the neighborhood is in control of actually getting the signatures, working through the meeting process, getting their neighbors on board. Staff really takes the role of completing the analysis and the education component. So we're very excited. These are the communities that are really dedicated to getting this work to happen. So the next step will be for them to all work to get their 25% of property owners or land area to sign on to go through the character plan. We already have one. Rolling Acres has already met that, so they're ready to go. And then we will start with our consultant, again, the kind of survey component, which will take us about 6 months, and we will see where it heads. So you will probably be seeing some of these coming forward, as some will definitely move quicker than others. And with that, we'll be happy to answer questions on any part of our presentation.
Ms. Wallington.
Thank you. I've got a couple. Just first question is just clarifying. I saw here that these petitions not meeting these deadlines must convert to pre-UDO districts. Should that read UDO districts? Okay. And then the rest of my questions are with the overlays. I'm curious, I was under the impression that the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition submitted an application for the full corridor, and I was curious as how that was handled. Was that something separate from Clanton Parks, or was Clanton Park selected out of that petition, or did you all see that petition?
I believe they worked together to figure out what the boundary was with the one that should go first and how they should work together with that, and that's how Clanton Park was selected. Yeah.
Okay. And then my second question was in regards to the other 5 neighborhoods. What does it mean to not be selected for prioritization?
So this is the first batch, so it doesn't mean it's a no, it just means that once we get through these, we'll start working on those 5. So as long as they're eligible and they still want to keep moving forward, they'll still be able to participate. It's just because of capacity and how we have to do the process, we just can't do all 10 at one time. We really want to do this first batch, move them along, and then we'll start the next batch.
And so then what is the message to the 5 that are in the queue?
If they want to pursue the Rio, they're more than happy to do that. We're willing to work with them if there's something that meets their needs differently. And then we're sending basically communication to them to stay in touch, stay involved in this process, see where it goes. They can work to get their 25% signatures in the background. They can work on the education piece. It's just when we actually start the study that kind of gets them across the finish line. So there's a lot of work that can happen kind of in parallel that can be community driven.
Okay, and then you just mentioned something that I had a question about. Can you just clarify the 50% signatures and the 25% signature requirements? Because as we're talking about neighborhoods that are vulnerable to displacement, we know that part of what drives that is that the homeownership rates of owner occupants is low.
Yes, and we actually have some maps, we don't have them in here, but we've been doing some analysis around that as to which of these neighborhoods are homeownership and renter, because we are concerned about that, to be really transparent. So the 25% is to start the study. The 51% is for the rezoning, which would actually put the standards in place. Council can override either one of those through council decision. So other communities that have used this tool, starting 20 years ago, haven't necessarily gone that route. They've just used that signature as the guide, but they also haven't been matching up the communities with the vulnerable to displacement work and with where that homeowner renter balance is off, if that makes sense. So,
Yep, it makes perfect sense, which is why I would offer to my colleagues. Some time ago, I suggested that we take a step to go ahead and initiate that process as a council for these neighbors. I would ask that we consider doing that for these ones that are in need of, or that may need some help getting their signatures completed. Certainly, we don't want to be able to provide resources and not be providing those resources. So I think that is it for my questions at this point. Thank you.
we can stay in close contact on the 25% and where communities are with that and just tracking that, because like I said, we have done the research on kind of the percentages of homeowners versus renters.
So I just wanted to emphasize the first item we just heard about, the deferral of these deadlines. Really important that we do that tonight, because if not, a bunch of hearings that really aren't ready are going to have to be held next week. So I just hope there's no discord about that and that we can move on it quickly. Concerning some of what we just heard about the text amendments, a couple of these are in areas that are potentially sensitive. And in some instances, it could be construed by some that it's not just a clarification, but actually kind of a refinement, and it has the effect of somewhat narrowing. So one question, for example, is if we look at the driveways and some of these other things, would the density that people thought they could get be affected by having to adhere to these standards?
In terms of, so you mean in terms of the heights and things like that?
Well, driveways in particular, the parking and the driveways, because, I mean, we have a situation now where we don't define a rezoning category in terms of density. We define it in terms of the requirements, and that implies the density, right? So if you start tinkering with the details of what the driveways and the parking are, or some of these other things you've told us about, it could have the effect of changing the density from what some people thought they could get to a new standard. So I'm just wondering, is there an issue like that?
And this really would not have an effect on that because it's really just clarifying. So in the UDO, there's language that says the driveway has to be a certain percentage of the total lot width. And so it's really just clarifying what that language actually, how it reads in the ordinance, because what was happening is that we had people that were meeting that and then expanding the driveway past the setback line, and we're kind of trying to ensure that that driveway is maintained through the front of the house. So it's a minor clarification. It really would not have a material effect.
So I appreciate the clarification on neighborhood character, because initially people in my district, for example, thought, oh, great, this is maybe a tool to preserve our single-family neighborhood character. And they're apprehensive about mature single-family neighborhoods suddenly seeing these new structures popping up. But I think the message back is that's not what this is here for. I mean, the 50 years, all of the different requirements you listed, so there's no need for them to go out collecting signatures, right? And then, just need to be clear about that. Mr. Nenfeld, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit from Rebic. In general, we don't have time for a debate right now, but in general, would you say that you're kind of aware of and comfortable with, or do we need to have more conversations from the industry perspective about what we've just heard?
Can we get him to come?
Everything.
I think we have had ongoing discussions. We meet regularly to talk about refinements, if you will, for the UDO. We'll continue that process.
Okay, I mean, you'd need to be at a microphone to speak, but I just wanted to that's all right. Get in touch, right? If anything we're hearing is not quite as easy as it looks or gives anybody heartburn, just so we're aware of it. But at least you've been in the loop. Thank you, thanks. With that, yeah, I think that's all I had. So we're ready to move on to our next agenda item, which is the Strategic Energy Action Plan update. And for that, we have Ms. Hazel. Okay, I'm going to step out just for a minute. I'll be right back.
Hi, Ms. Hazel. Actually, the chairman had to step out, so I'll be helping you guys with the meeting.
That sounds great. If we could pull up the slides, that would be helpful.
She's working on it.
So while we're doing that, I can just tell you what we're going to be doing today. So this morning, there's three things, really. The first thing is just to provide a little bit of context around update to our Strategic Energy Action Plan now that it was adopted in 2018. And so this is time for us to review it and look at updates in technology, science, and alignment with council and community goals. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, and I'm joined by Dr. Robin Byers. She's going to get into the meat of that at the end. I'm also going to provide a couple really brief updates on some items related to the Strategic Energy Action Plan, and in particular, one item that's before council today, which is a vote on our participation in Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage Bridge program. And so I'm going to take the opportunity to talk a little bit through that. And so just for context, as y'all know, the Strategic Energy Action Plan is the City of Charlotte's main climate action plan, which works to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as an organization through our fleet and through our buildings, but also for our community. Next slide. This is a component of the context in the beginning of our Strategic Energy Action Plan, but just as a reminder, why are we doing this at all, and what is the bigger picture? It's really about protecting and preserving our environment, addressing climate, and doing that for the impacts that we see today, but also the impacts that we see for future generations, and how we, as a city, understanding that cities do make up about 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions globally, are leading by example and encouraging and working with the community to make a difference. Next slide. So here's just a couple things. As you know, annually we do an update to City Council, typically around Earth Day. There's a few items that have come up over the past couple months that you might not be aware of, so I'm just going to quickly highlight a few of these things for context. One is last year we launched our Power Down the Crown program. That's an energy benchmarking program, and we're working with a leadership cohort of 12 community partners, including people like UNC Charlotte, Central Piedmont Community College, Honeywell, just to name a few. And the goal there is to reduce energy use intensity by 10% by 2030. And so over the course of last year, we launched this program, worked with Duke Energy, EPA, to look for available resources and connect our community partners with those resources so they can be along with us in the journey. So just wanted to highlight that on the left-hand side. And then in the middle, for the second year in a row, we received an A- when we disclosed our data as well as information about the efforts around our Strategic Energy Action Plan from the CDP. CDP used to stand for Carbon Disclosure Project. It actually doesn't stand for anything anymore, but it's an independent agency that rates not only local governments, but also the private sector, and basically works with people who have made strong commitments to sustainability to let them know where they stand relative to some of the latest science and efforts. And so second year in a row, we received an A-. I think that's really something that City Council and the community should be proud of. But the way that this relates back to our update is they also give us some feedback on what we can do to improve to make the highly coveted A-list, which is really just the gold standard for where you want to be. And so we'll use that feedback that we've received over the last couple of years to help update the Strategic Energy Action Plan because it is based on some of the latest science, technology, and efforts globally. And then the third thing here is just an update for you all. We did launch our Strategic Energy Action Plan dashboard. Chair Driggs, you actually made this suggestion a couple of years ago, and so we're excited that now we have sort of phase 1.5, I'd say, of the Strategic Energy Action Plan, and I encourage you to check it out. We're looking at our greenhouse gas emissions community-wide. We have information about our fleet. We also have information about our investments in on-site solar. But beyond that, we are pulling data from some of our partners like NCSEA, North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, to look at where we are community-wide with things like residential and commercial solar. All of that will help us as we look at this update in the future, and will give us some good baseline data. And so that is live now, and our goal is to continue to improve upon that with feedback from you and also from the community as time goes on. Next slide. The other way. Thanks. And so because there's a vote today on the Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage Bridge Program and the business meeting, I wanted just to remind you what that is. Duke Energy has, with the Utilities Commission approval, developed a bridge program. So it's a limited capacity program for large-scale customers who want to invest in bringing on more renewable, clean energy sources and work to meet their goals. And so this is the program that's available today. And so a little bit about the program. So we partner with Duke Energy and a solar provider, utility scale solar developer, to bring a project to fruition, and then we pay Duke Energy when the energy comes online. And so we did a RFP. We received a couple of opportunities, and the one that we're bringing forward is with Cypress Creek Renewables for an 80 megawatt worth of solar energy. And then when the energy comes online, it's a function of the cost per megawatt hour, subtract Duke Energy's avoided cost rate, which is the rate that they do not need to pay themselves for finding this energy elsewhere. And then what we get on our energy bill is the difference. And what that looks like, if you go to the next slide, there's a little bit of details here, is overall a 1.17 million average annual cost on top of our energy bill. And so for context, again, we're typically between $32 and $35 million as a city for our energy bill. This is a large project, 80 megawatts, so it contributes to our goals by stepping into the gap of about 45% of our building's energy use. And then again, just to sort of put that into context, when you think about a large-scale solar farm, that's the equivalent of about over 13,000 homes powered annually. So just putting it a couple different ways to think about the impact of this. And then I think finally the big piece is, one of the big strategies that local governments and large customers take is to participate in these types of programs. They're called green tariff programs. One of the reasons is that the equivalent cost to build on-site solar is quite high to that scale. So if we were to work to attempt to build solar at that scale on our own buildings and on our own roofs, for example, the capital cost would be something to the tune of $236 million. We don't have the space to do that anyway. We wouldn't be able to get that far even if cost was no object, which obviously it is. But I just wanted to provide that information so you have a little more context for why this is an approach that's outlined in your Strategic Energy Action Plan. And then the next slide is probably the biggest reason, which is it gets us within 19% of hitting the 2030 goal of powering our buildings by zero carbon sources. And it's local enough in our regional grid that it helps to not only, decarbonize our grid, but the environmental health benefits from not needing to produce, Duke Energy not needing to produce as much carbon-intensive energy. Our partnership with Duke in this is to accelerate the opportunity for more renewable energy and to help choose where it is as local as possible to Charlotte and the region. And then that's my last slide on this. So if you would like, Mr. Driggs, I can either go on and turn back to the SEAP update, or we can pause on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this update. I remember just about a year ago, we were looking at participating in the GSA program, and there's a bit of consternation amongst council members as it related to the cost. Can you speak to the cost of participating in this program today relative to the cost about a year ago when we were discussing it? Has it increased? What's the delta roughly of that cost?
So we've had a couple discussions about the program. So the one thing to note is that the GSA program, with the existing program that we're currently under contract for, we have heard from the developer that they are not going to be able to meet the terms that council agreed on in January. Now, we haven't gotten an official termination notice, but it is very clear to us based on those conversations. They have said that that is forthcoming. So that I'll say that to say that even, and so we are acting on the information they have provided us. We had gone out and done an RFP because we're looking at getting all the way to the 2030 goals and what opportunities exist. This is 2.5 times as big, and so the cost relative, this is actually a more cost-effective opportunity for council, but it's bigger. And so previously we were looking at something around a $775,000 a year program with the 35 megawatt farm. Now that it looks as if that is not going to move forward, this is an 80 megawatt farm, and it's about 1.2 million on average modeled per year. However, on the first 5 years, that's modeled to be a bit higher. In the last 15 years of the program, it's modeled to be a bit lower. But when you look at it overall, it's still, it is a more cost-effective, and it gets us farther towards our goals.
That's good to know, and I think it would be just beneficial to root this conversation in that, because, just saying the GSA program is going to automatically tap some history, right? But this program is significantly larger as it relates to megawatts. And just from the back of the envelope calculations that I've done, it looks like it is more cost-effective, and you just underscored that. So I think that's important when you convey the messaging to the balance of council later on this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I wanted to say that as the cranky old Republican on council, I'm pretty focused on kind of the financial aspects of it. I'm not a climate denier. And so my concern is just to be sure that we have a good relationship between costs that we're incurring and measurable results. And I have to say on this occasion, I'm actually quite pleased, because what I'm looking at here is a situation, as you've described in the past, where depending on the avoided cost, you could actually have money coming back, right? And we thought we saw the prospect for that when fossil fuel prices were very high. At this point, frankly, we don't, right? So you're projecting the cash flows that you showed us, at least that I've seen on other occasions, which actually in present value terms translate to about $18 million of current commitment, or $900,000 a year. So my calculation is we are making an investment in the pursuit of our clean energy goals of $900,000 a year, and we are getting 80 megawatts. And I find that acceptable. And I think the fact that we've been able to position Charlotte as a leader on these issues is a credit to the city, adds to our appeal to a lot of people for economic development who might choose to locate here. So I think it's valuable to us to be cutting edge on these things. I appreciate the A- rating. And so with that, I intend to support it tonight. And Ms. Hazel, I really appreciate the work you've done to get us to this place on these issues. So thank you. Okay.
So let me just then move on to the last couple slides that we have here, which are about the SEAP update, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So then, before I hand it over to Dr. Byers, you probably don't need this context, but as you know, the Conference of Parties, the Global Climate Change Conference happened just recently. And so while a lot has changed since 2018, also not a lot has changed since 2018 when you updated the SEAP, and I thought it kind of puts a finer point on this. What has changed is there's a growing recognition and commitment to transition away from fossil fuels. So we've been talking about that in our own work for years, but the problem still remains. And so some of the solutions may be different or slightly modified, but the problem still remains. And so I'll just hand it over now to Dr. Byers to talk about how we plan on doing that and answer questions related to the SEAP update.
All right, go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So we're going to break this out. We're going to talk about the kind of the path we're on and then talk about our next steps. Next slide. Just to recap, City Council adopted the 2050 resolution in 2018, and then after that, in December of 2018, City Council adopted the Strategic Energy Action Plan. Both of those things committed to two goals. One, Sarah had just mentioned, strive to source 100% of the energy use in buildings and fleet from zero carbon sources by 2030. We also have this larger goal to strive to become a low carbon city by 2050, and that's community-wide. That's not just the city. So we've been working steadily on those goals since 2018, but now that we're 5 years past the adoption of that, we can start looking at our lessons learned and our next steps. Next slide, please. So where have we been? We've been all over the place, it feels like. Again, in 2018, that really created the foundation for a lot of this work in the city of Charlotte. Over the past 5 years, we've been focused on implementation. So we've done policy work. We've also coordinated projects and programs with other departments that have seen success. And in 2024, what we're hoping to do is update our SEAP 5 years after adoption, take in the new science, any of the new trends, and really align with a lot of our other big initiatives. We have a 2040 plan. We have a strategic mobility plan. And we have new tree canopy updates. And so all of these things can be brought together into an aligned plan that brings it all heading toward the same goals. Next slide, please. So these are the 6 main themes that we just wanted to cover with y'all today. The first is really to connect to the latest science. As you guys know, science changes all the time. We monitor and keep up with it. With that, we also update and track our project data. As Sarah mentioned, we have a SEAP dashboard. We're going to continue to add to that and upgrade as we move forward in the future. But we want to continue to track that. We're really going to look at the goals, the 2 goals that we had set out in 2018, and reevaluate those. We still want to maintain ambitious goals, but at the same time, maybe look at some milestones that we can hit between now and 2050, so it's not just this one looming large goal. In addition to that, the CDP, some of the feedback we got with our A- was we really need to look at some of our goals, add a community-wide renewable energy goal, go down to net zero instead of just a low-carbon city. That will get us that A rating and keep us in that leading edge across the nation. So we're going to look at that. We want to address equity directly throughout the plan. The SEAP was developed with a lens of equity at the time. What we have found in the 5 years is that it's not as directly connected, so some people don't realize that what we're doing is actually trying to help provide equity as we're doing this work as well.
We're going to highlight local efforts to date. Again, this is pulling in the strategic mobility plan, the 2040 plan, some of our tree canopy data. But we also have a lot of community-based organizations doing work on a smaller scale throughout the community, and we want to highlight those efforts as well, see what can be leveraged, and what we can add to. And the last piece is to relate the Strategic Energy Action Plan to climate resilience. You guys have heard the term resilience, and we have a lot of programs throughout the city focused on that. But there is a climate piece as well that we can tap into and make sure that that's in alignment as well. Next slide. You'll see 3 tasks throughout this process. Just wanted to go over them with you. We are going to update our greenhouse gas inventory. So we have one from 2015 and we have one from 2019. Those are both on our SEAP dashboard. We are going to go ahead and update that as well. The hope is to get a 2023 update. However, some of that data may not be available yet, so we'll at least get 2022. We're going to update the document itself. It will look very similar. This is just an update. This is not a whole new plan. So it will look very similar to what we have now, again, with updated goals and action items to reach those goals. The new piece I want to highlight is a climate risk assessment. This is going to be a very brief kind of summary of climate risk and what we're anticipating in Charlotte, and relating that back to kind of the why. Why are we doing this? Why are we focused on energy? Things that we'll look at are heat index, heat waves, flooding, things like that. That helps create that context for why we're focusing on energy in Charlotte, especially with energy burden information. All right, and so our charge, go ahead to the next slide. This is just a quick set of next steps for you guys so you know where we are throughout this process. Our RFQ, request for qualifications, is out now, and that closes at the end of January. We will follow through that process the rest of the winter of 2024. We hope to start this work in the spring of 2024 and really get into it. We are anticipating about a 9-month working process and having a finalized draft for council adoption in the winter of 24-25. I do want to note, we will check in with you guys as a committee and as council as needed throughout this process. We will also have public engagement. Again, this is not to revamp everything from scratch. But public engagement is really important to make sure we're hitting what we need to hit throughout our community. And we will have a more updated and more detailed engagement plan once we get our consultant on board and we can finalize that. So with that, do you guys have any questions or comments?
Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, Dr. Byers and team. I actually, this is one of those initiatives that I've taken a particular interest in since joining council. And I have a few questions. And my first question begins with, I know we're speaking a lot about what our deliverables are from a City of Charlotte perspective, but can you give me a little bit of information on where we are with our community stakeholders? I know that this is a citywide process, and we have additional stakeholders that there's a contingency on their participation in order for our success. And I know that there needs to be some level of cohesion in order for us to meet those standards. So what are we doing to kind of, work towards that goal collectively as a community? Because we have private industry, right? Mm-hmm. And so they need to participate with us. They need to be on board with us. So where are we? Do we know any more about where that is?
Sure, and I think that was one of the reasons why I highlighted the Power Down the Crown work, which is really about bringing industry leaders into the conversation that we have been having, for a while, and highlighting their participation and celebrating that, as well as working directly with them. I think one piece of this update will be talking about programs and projects like that. I mean, then there's the other side of things, which is how do we work with the community? And some of it is through partnership, through things like the e-bike program. I mean, a lot of the work around the strategic mobility plan and the partnerships that are created do have implications on that larger 2050 goal. We don't necessarily make those connections as strongly as I think we could, and we can through some of these community conversations and as we update this plan. But I think there's more to be done, and I think the update will outline some additional steps that we can take. I guess the final piece is, we also have a role in what we can do through regulation, and so items in the UDO, like the requirement for a level of electric vehicle charging, and there's also a bonus, so there's the carrot and the stick. Those are ways in which council has also continued to work with the community, and that was obviously developed with the community to align these goals. So it's simply not just what's the city doing with our investments, but how are we incenting and working with the community so their investments also meet this overarching goal? Because to your point, you know, we are a big force, but we are a drop in the bucket overall.
Absolutely. Okay, and I guess I got a follow-up question. First of all, I know that we're talking a lot about the integration of various plans, and I know we have ACM Ask You on the line. I'm really excited that we're working towards an ERP, right? An enterprise that actually speaks within itself will help us to, from an information and technology perspective, really align these goals, create swim lanes, and make sure that we're not, you know, reinventing the wheel each time that we'd like to discuss equity. So I'm really excited about that. But I also wanted to ask, I know that we talked about the integration of community, you know, getting that update from community. And it has been my experience that each time that we, you know, tell community that, hey, we're going to, you know, check in, because you kind of have to have a project management training, which I've done, to understand that you have to continue to update at, you know, particular key milestones, right, to get that information, to monitor and control your baseline, make sure that you're still on time, on budget. Let me get off of that. But, you know, I know that that update will be key in making sure that we're doing what we originally set out to do and making modifications. But can you talk to me about the plan to reach out to community and how we're going to be effective in that communication?
I'll start and then I'll let you jump in. So first thing is, you know, we're going to work closely with our consultant to make sure that we're really deliberate about the engagement. So we're going to work with a group of folks who are industry experts at sort of a higher level, and have a cohort that we'll be working with to help steer some of these efforts. But we also want to make sure we check in with the community to share where we are, what we have done, what some of the challenges have been, and then to talk about some of the next steps and share some of the latest technology and data. And so our goal is to be really deliberate about how we do that, and to work with our consultant to map out a really good process. So we don't have that outlined in its entirety, but we conceptually know what we want to do, and so we'll be coming back to talk more about that. Anything you'd add, Robin?
Yeah, I just say that we know that there's different levels of engagement for different pieces of this. So like Sarah said, we'll have a steering kind of group. We will have information that goes out broadly to as many people as we can get it to. And then we'll work with some of our connections and hopefully continue to grow our outreach to get some of that information to help with decision-making in the short term. But I think one thing that is key is that it's not just for this plan. Whatever we do with this plan, we'll continue to move forward with. We're working on creating tutorials that we can put on our website to help teach people new ways that they can add sustainability into their lives that maybe they haven't thought of before. And so even though that's not exactly the same process, we're doing that concurrently.
Okay. No, that's really good. And then my last question, Mr. Chair, it's related to equity, because equity is a very different word than equality. And, you know, thinking about, I'm actually going to make sure I'm clear, slide number 13, where we talk about what's new, where we talk about the climate risk assessment citywide, right? We all know that according to where you are in our city, you could experience different temperatures, right? You can experience a very different reality than someone in certain parts of our city, which is really going to demand that we take equity seriously. Can you give me just kind of a high-level view of, you know, what you guys envision for what that means from a city perspective?
Yeah, so, you know, I think the The really exciting piece is as we pull in things like the strategic mobility plan, that equity is embedded into the comprehensive plan, and we're making sure that this effort is also continually aligned. That helps to do that, but some of the work that we've done recently by looking at energy burden, so households that are paying a larger percentage of their income per square foot, these are inequities that overlay other inequities that you talk about in every committee. And so what we want to do is ensure that when we're talking about this clean energy future, we're talking about a just transition to a clean energy future where everybody gets the benefit of the transition, both from who's doing the work, but also who's receiving the benefits. And so that is not inconsistent with your current SEAP, but we just want to make that a bit more direct, especially as we're looking towards that 2050 goal and some of the efforts that, we'll be undertaking. We do want to continue to look at energy burden. We do want to continue to look at opportunities for solar and low and moderate income households and pair some of the resources that are out there with some of the work that we already do as a city. And so it will look like that, which will be not entirely new, but will be more deliberately outlined so that the path is clear, that it is really using an equity lens throughout the different action areas.
I just want to let you know I'm really excited to see it. My imagination went wild when I saw it, right? Because with that data and that tool, we could really take into consideration a lot of our constituents that are directly affected by energy use issues, right? Higher, bills, things that they may or may not be aware of, partnering, like you guys said, with community members who are on the ground, who are providing those services that would mitigate some of those risks. I mean, I see, just bright light, like all over that. So great job. Really excited to hear more, and let's get to work.
Just a couple of quick comments. If we got an A- because they expected us to make stronger commitments with respect to the larger community, to me that's a reflection of sort of realism. The truth is the city has finite authority. It has limited capacity through incentives and persuasion. So we just need to be realistic. It's kind of like if we had a 50% by 50 tree canopy goal and we stuck to it, even though our housing requirements are what they are, and it's, you have to question whether we can. If you have an unrealistic commitment when you are not able to attain it because it's unrealistic, you don't have accountability. So Dr. Byers, I appreciated what you said about having kind of these milestones spelled out so that our performance can be appraised on an ongoing basis and in a real world context. So appreciate that. I would suggest, colleagues, that we all look at the background slides that were not part of the presentation, providing more information about GSA. And we're technically at the end of our meeting, but if you'll bear with me for a couple of minutes, I would like to quickly address the last agenda item with the deferred from the beginning of the meeting, which is the council committee charge and procedures. So if we can get those slides up. What this is about basically is kind of a level set for this year. It's an administrative thing, but it just talks about how committees in general work and how this committee is going to work, the status of some of the things that we've been looking at. So the first very basic thing is the committee charge. Then we'll talk about process, highlights, and referrals. If we could go to the committee charge, please, the next slide. So the bold up there describes what we do, right? Policies designed to promote mobility, environmental stewardship, and planned growth. The interesting thing is that environmental stewardship thing was kind of snuck in there. We don't have an environment committee anymore, but it appears that this is now the environment committee. So we will take on that responsibility. We have various assigned boards and commissions. So all of the boards and commissions have been linked to the committee that is most relevant to their activity. Those are the ones for us. Next slide, please. Committee process is important just to clarify some issues that have come up during council meetings as to how items get on a committee agenda, what the referral process is. And we need to emphasize here that any committee activity or staff activity needs to be supported by a majority of council asking for it. So individual demands that we take up a certain item in committee cannot be acknowledged unless they are duly proposed and supported by a majority. So you'll see here some of the some details on the referral by the mayor, the city manager, a majority of full council, and then the committee work. Referral items are worked through in committee to develop a recommendation from the committee to full council. They should be moved out of committee within 3 meetings. We've had a couple of instances where things kind of got referred and then languished there, one of them in mine, quite honestly. Some items that are recurring assignments will not be require action. So I would just encourage all of us to hang on to this and be aware. And then the goal is that the committee goes back to the full council, having processed something with a recommendation. Now, we did have 1 or 2 instances where the committee kind of wasn't sure or sort of thought, okay, this is actually a full council question, and therefore where the majority of the subset of council that sits on the committee may not be that important. But the intention is that the committee does more in-depth work like a district rep on a rezoning, and then comes back with the results of that so that the entire council doesn't need to spend that much time on the issue. That's the way it's meant to work. So I'm interested, by the way, to talk to the city attorney and other places where I've been. A referral, a motion made by committee does not require a second, but I don't know whether we play by that rule here. And then the last thing is 2023 highlights and current committee referrals. So the UDO, duplexes and triplexes, we did make a referral for infill development as a result of a controversial rezoning where residents complained about what the developer could do by right and said, you know, what kind of a UDO is this? And in truth, I looked at an old slide deck describing the N1A, and it said there's an expectation that there will be single family in there. And so what we're seeing is high concentrations of the duplexes and triplexes. And I think the work that staff is currently doing would seek to kind of spell out more plainly that we do expect a genuine mix of housing types in those infill situations at 5 acres or more. Sustainable environment, we just heard a report from SEAP about that, and we will continue to work on that. CATS, we also heard a report. We will follow the ongoing kind of recovery effort from the issues of 2022 as the maintenance is performed on the cars. And the working group will continue its work, not regular meetings, but it will meet to talk about the FTA report that is in preparation and our risk management process. As Mr. Cagle said before, we are now trying to go beyond repairing things that happened in the past and better anticipate things that could happen in the future. And then the review the work of assigned boards and commissions. I will just editorialize there. The boards and commissions often meet and none of their work actually makes its way to us. So I think they would appreciate, and it would be valuable for us to have a more meaningful engagement of some kind with them. We need to figure out how it works, because this committee alone, as you saw, has 12 of them, or whatever that was. Mr. Mitchell is here.
He's come
Yo,
busting up in
come
the
in,
door.
come in.
Come on in here.
So that was that. Did I leave anything out? We good? All right. So with that, unless there's anything else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right. Let's adjourn.
Happy New Year to all. We're here for the Job and Economic Development Committee meeting. Before we get started, if we could have everyone to introduce themselves. Let me start here at the main table with the young lady who's really in charge of all of us, Ms. Tracy Dotson.
I don't know about that. Tracy Dodson, Assistant City Manager.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
Marjorie Molina, committee member.
Char Pakari, committee member.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem.
Natasha Smith, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
And can we have staff to introduce themselves, please?
Alex Sands, Axiom Charlotte.
Okay.
Holly Eskridge, Economic Development. Danielle Fraser, City Manager.
Eric Spanberg, Business Journal.
Thank you, everyone. And I do have a comment from our chair. Chairman Graham is attending the President Address on Race in Charleston at Emmanuel Amy Zion Church, where he lost his sister Cynthia and eight other church members about 9 years ago. I will ask that we all keep Councilmember Graham in our prayers. Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dotson, and you can take us through the agenda.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. First, as this is the first meeting of a new committee, we will talk about the introduction of the committee and the charge for the committee and just remind everybody. And then I will ask Ned Curran to come up with me for agenda item number 2 on the impact of office vacancies and really use that time to set the stage for the referral that Mayor Lyles did last week regarding office vacancies. So if we can go to this first presentation. As you all know, the committee work that you do plays a key role in what council's role and mission is. And it's really, we've done a lot of improvements over the years with enhancing staff support for committees, more in-depth discussions with council and try to improve the committee reporting process. It's also boost cross-discipline collaboration and creates a clearer role, I think, for the Mayor Pro Tem as she starts her new role. So with this, for the Economic Development Committee, you can see up here on the stage, the committee charge is to review and recommend policies to create a thriving economic climate where businesses are connected to highly skilled talent and technologies. You will also see that each committee has assigned boards and commissions to it. And I'm not going to read all of those. You can see all of the ones that fall under the Jobs and Economic Development Committee. Next slide. So our committee process. If this is not your first committee meeting for the day, you've seen the same slide. Referrals allow for in-depth consideration and review of an issue by a work team and council members prior to being presented to the full council for action. So you can see the process. Again, an item is referred. It can be referred by the mayor, the manager, or majority of the full committee. And then they're taken to committee, where they really should move through committee in about 3 meetings. Some items, however, are ongoing or reoccurring and may not follow the same process. Once they come out of committee, they go to full council action review. And then in a future meeting, the council can take action on the item that is presented. I'll stop quickly with that. Does anybody have any questions about the process? Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
As a council member, I just want to underscore what this signifies. We've seen situations where somebody proposed that we ought to be doing something or working on something. Questions were raised during meetings about the referral process. So I think it's important that we're all clear that this work, staff work and committee work, doesn't happen unless a majority of council or the mayor or manager supports it. We have a standing policy on council that more than 4 hours of staff work would need to be requested by a majority of council. We need to be clear on these referrals as well. So if somebody does have a personal priority, they need to get 5 people to agree with them that this is something that we all should look at. And otherwise it doesn't move. So I just wanted to underscore that because there have been some questions in the past.
I think that's important to reiterate. If we can go, is there any other questions? Okay. If we can go to the next slide. So we have several items that are kind of standing, reoccurring items, CBI program,
with regular updates. There's also promoting business, new or proposed plans or policies to the committee. Also, and that falls within international business as well. I think you'll see their second agenda item today kind of falls within this same one. And then the other one is the review of the work assigned boards and commissions, and this is kind of as a standing annual item as well. Next slide. If we look back at 2023 and some of the accomplishments that we had, again, you can see we've CBI, arts and culture, ARPA funding, which is really around small business support, workforce development support, and corridors. The Business Advisory Committee and the CBI Advisory Committee restructure came forward. And then what's a little bit unique about this committee was that sometimes we see projects referred to a committee, and Eastland Yards showed up quite a bit in this committee last year. I want to underscore one that is in there, but we do a lot of work with it over the past couple of years, is the corridors of opportunity as well within the committee. Any other reflections from 2023, I think, for any other of the council members that were on the committee?
Councilman Driggs?
So I will note that the Arts and Culture Plan was essentially a generational update of our funding, policies and funding for arts and culture, defined what our priorities are, indicated grassroots equity priorities, also intends to fund the legacy, the large venues that are owned by the city. So we had gone for 10 years, I think, rolling over the same funding and not very thoughtfully about arts and culture. So that was a significant event in the year. And I will mention personally that I was very pleased to see that some of our ARPA funding was devoted to hire. I believe workforce development it needs to be a critical component of our efforts to achieve inclusion and to allow for the advancement of people who face obstacles for whatever reason. So very happy to see that investment take place. And then I guess I'll just mention Eastland Yards. We're not done yet. So we have a process that's ongoing right now that's considering a merger of the two competing proposals that became such a showdown in the past year. And I think that's a good outcome of that process, but we still have work to do, particularly given some of the indications we just got as to possible costs. So we'll be seeing that again, I expect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I echo the sentiments that Mr. Driggs mentioned, but I also would like to say that I believe this committee, perhaps more than others, engage with the boards and commissions that align with this committee. There's been a lot of engagement with the restructuring and, of course, with the Arts and Culture Advisory Board as well. Mr. Driggs' Committee for Transportation and Planning has quite a few boards and commission that align with it. And I think this year we need to be more laser focused on engaging the citizens that volunteer for these advisory boards and commissions so they feel that they're doing meaningful work that is reflective in the work that bubbles up to council. Thank you.
Councilmember Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Actually, what the Mayor Pro Tem said, I think is very important. And I remember in our, actual previous meeting when we covered this particular agenda item, our chairman mentioned the same thing. I think we have to be more intentional about kind of how we gain, an update from, the boards and commissions that are directly related to our work. Actually, recently, I actually tuned in to the Business Advisory Committee, and, it was virtual, so that allowed me some flexibility to be able to do so. But I was really, I thought what they were discussing was, some great information that I think we could learn from. So, I'm not trying to put anything more on our plates than what we already have, but I would like to, as we move forward, kind of, think creatively about how we get those updates and how what they actually come up with is something that, they have a touch point with us so that we can, better use that information.
Councilman Driggs, follow up.
I appreciate that. Exactly right. The difficulty, though, is when you've got 8 or 10 or 12 of these committees, and given our schedules, we need to be thoughtful about how we can make their work more meaningful, give them maybe an opportunity to communicate with us. Business advisory in particular, there was a long process, and I believe Mr. Bakari was involved in that as well. Business Advisory Committee, right? Where essentially they reached a point where they weren't quite sure, what are we doing? And we don't want people that step up and are prepared to serve to feel that way. Right. So the question is, what would be the criteria to have an activity in one of these boards and commissions brought to us as an agenda item for a briefing, maybe given a member, the chair, an opportunity to speak to us and give them a greater sense of connection with the city council? Because quite honestly, over the years, I've had difficulty even knowing what many of them were doing. So I'll just stress that. Thanks.
Great discussion, excellent points. Tracy, I turn it back over to you.
If there's anything else on that particular one, we can go ahead and move into the second agenda item. Any other comments? Great. I'm going to ask Ned Curran to come up here and join me. We can go ahead and go to the second slide. We wanted to bring this conversation forward to you all because what Charlotte is dealing with is not that different than many other places and many other cities in the country where there's concentrations of office vacancy in our employment hubs. And many cities are taking action to help mitigate the issues and ensure vibrant places of employment. In particular, a lot of what we're seeing in this is in the downtowns. We want to lay out the issues today that are really related to the mayor's referral and kind of how we got to where we were. But recognize that rise in office vacancy is impacting several parts of our city, and it will continue to also impact our property tax revenues. Towards the end, we want to hear from you about additional questions and ideas on next steps. And as I said, I've invited Ned to join me today for additional perspective. He and I have had months of conversations together, but then we've both talked to several people from the real estate community. I lean on Ned a lot of times for his expert advice from a real estate perspective as well. And then we've also talked to business leaders to understand return to work and things such as that. So Ned, I don't know, before we jump in, is there anything you want to say?
I'm just here to help and answer any questions.
He's been a good partner in
Offer some
crime.
insights with some gray hair.
So we'll go through the referral now, and I think you can see from this that just really it's about post-COVID and what has happened, again, in many markets, mostly central business districts, but it's not just central business districts. Part of it is return to work. Part of it are other factors. And so what we want to ask is, what are the effective strategies that the city can employ to mitigate the impact of Uptown office vacancies through economic development efforts to ensure positive growth in the tax base and Uptown vitality? The committee charge that was in the mayor's referral is to conduct a comprehensive review of other cities, review initiatives underway, develop a framework potentially for strategies or policies on how we might participate, and propose anything that comes out of that for full council consideration around strategy or policy. Before we jump into this, because many of you have seen this before, I want to make sure that we remind everybody that when we talk about Uptown vibrancy, we've really been talking about this in 3 pillars. And you saw this, I think, at in the Housing Committee when you talked about quality of life and some of the ordinance discussions that you've had. For today, we're really focused on the real estate and the economic development pillar. But I'm always going to bring you back to thinking about these 3 things together. While we might work on them individually, they're all really are thinking about it. So these are just examples of other cities and what they are doing. Across the board, I think we've nationally seen a 35% plunge in office values that are forecasted by the end of 2025. And it's unlikely that we have recovered to full value by 2040. So this is not a quick fix for any city, and part of why we want to talk about it, because if you think about revaluations, this could go on for several cycles. So Boston in 2022 adopted their Revive and Reimagine strategy for downtown revitalization. And they had a couple of different initiatives, just to give you an example: continued vibrancy of office space, expand housing, daily use of downtown beyond just the work hours, multimodal transportation and infrastructure, and then economic growth for small business, creatives, and underserved communities, as well as grow tourism. San Francisco, they have seen a commercial property valuation decline that puts at risk almost $700 million of their annual general fund revenue. So you think about that, that starts to have a heavy impact. Some of their efforts, they're about not quite a year in now on their roadmap to San Francisco's future. Some of their efforts are, how do we keep San Francisco's downtown as a job engine, clean and safe, destinations all times of the day, transportation, and equitable economy. So again, you're seeing some common themes here about how cities are thinking about it. They've budgeted nearly $50 million for non-police community-based ambassador programs over the next couple of years. And they've also amended codes to ensure flexible zoning that can accommodate a wide range of possibilities and activities if you're converting buildings and things like that. New York, I will hit very quickly. This city of yes, the goal is to produce as many as 20,000 homes for 40,000 New Yorkers. And that aims at, they've committed $24 billion to creating affordable housing. So a lot of that is focused around building conversions. They've launched an office conversion accelerator. It's a process that convenes various experts from government organizations like New York City's Department of Buildings and the Board of Standards and Appeals to help building owners determine how feasible projects are and to secure necessary permits. We hear a lot about building conversions, but it really, I think it's 1% maybe that it's really applicable to. And so that gives you an example. In Charlotte, there's been a lot of conversation around this. I'm glad James is here because this week they'll roll out their vintage office design competition. You'll hear more about that on Wednesday. But then we've also convened a lot of people from the real estate community to say, how can we help? Tell us what you see as the issue. And whether it's your building owners, whether it's tenants, what are you hearing and how we might think about this creatively. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ned for a few minutes to give you a little bit of background specific to Charlotte.
So part of the reason we'll look at this slide and a few others, we could talk about market swings, market conditions. Thank you, Kate. And say, well, look, this will self-correct. It always does. I bought my house at the peak, or I sold my home just when the market was, getting ready to take off, and I missed it. Market cycles happen. Why would you all take special attention on a particular asset class being office buildings? And it's because we're now in unprecedented times. The return to work, the changes in our work habits have simply created a paradigm shift in demand for that product. And so we have excess inventory. So I know it's hard to read this chart. This is published from the commercial real estate industry publishes. This is the end of the third quarter. This data is similar to any other publication that would have similar data. And to give you an idea of the magnitude of the issue, stabilized office market would have vacancies in the 7 to 10% range. Charlotte has historically been a little bit on the higher because we've been so growth-oriented for decades that developers, like my former life, we would build product in anticipation of more people coming. So on the published, we would look at 10, 12% vacancy rates, but stabilized 7 to 10. So when we look here at Ballantyne, it's a 31% vacancy. If we look at Midtown, Metropolitan, 21% vacancy. North End, 48% vacancy. This is office products only. The University, almost 40%. South Park, 21%. Uptown, 21%. These are never before seen types of vacancies. And so it's not, while we're focused on the CBD, for this conversation, you see this is wherever you have office concentrations. So if we go to the next slide, this graph, that top graph, the blue line that is trajectorying up, that is employment. So it's good news for Charlotte. Employment's up. This covers about a 20-year period. But the dark line is occupancy. And you see, we've got this where we have more employment, we should have office buildings full. But it's going in just the opposite. And the one thing about charts we should look at is whenever something is unusual, something else has happened. If you look back over the last 20 years, and if we took this back the last 100 years, you would never see that drop. You would never see that office vacancy is lower when job growth is increasing. And the lower slide just shows that even if we had people returning, we're finding ways to be more efficient in the office space, so we don't even need as much office space just in the way people work in their work patterns. So this next slide is solely focused on the CBD. If we look at the total inventory, it's about 23 million square feet, I think. 940 total floors in Charlotte. I know it's a little hard to get a feel for what these different graphics mean, but wherever you see that light blue line in these different buildings, that's a full floor that's available. The orange is a full floor that's available on a sublease. Company still has it under lease, the landlord is still collecting rent, but they've vacated it. They want to put the asset up for rent. 5 of these buildings have over half of their floors available, and about a third are non-owner occupied buildings, meaning the owner is not that invested in somehow sticking through this and seeing it through. We go to the next slide. The same chart that showed us what the vacancies were charts how many leases are expiring over the next 12 months or 18 months. Here we have 1.7 million square feet expiring in the center city. Remember, the total is 23. That's a big number. And we know that it's not going to get better. These folks are not going to renew at the same square footage. If they renew at all, they tend to downsize, or they've already vacated the space. And so the vacancy numbers I gave you are only going to get worse, and they're going to get worse in a material way. So if we go to the next slide. This slide, if you look at the orange-colored buildings, and we're not picking out any particular building here, we're saying it's troubled only because of its vacancy. It could be that the building owner has got a marketing plan to find their way through this, so we want to be careful not to say that some of these buildings will likely go through a foreclosure process. But these are the buildings that have the greatest vacancy. And the challenge, we've said that this challenge every city is facing. What's unusual about our situation is the concentration of buildings. So in about a 6-block area, you have over half of our distressed buildings. And we all know that if you're in a house where the house next to you is vacant, it doesn't feel too good. And so we worry about ancillary damage occurring in the general neighborhood here to further diminish the values of these buildings. And so, what has to happen here in many instances when Tracy talks about this will restabilize in 2040 and nationally based on past absorption models, a lot of these buildings just need to go away. There's more inventory than there is demand, and as demand continues, it's going to newer product, it's going to the South End area. It may push back out to the suburbs, closer to people to reduce commute times. We don't know. We just know that we have a heck of an issue here in our CBD.
Yeah, I will also hit on that. If you look, the red and the orange squares are the older buildings. And so what the market trend is right now is what we call this flight to quality. But I also wanted to use this slide to reiterate everything that's in blue, circle, or square, we are talking about making public investments. And so we're making investments adjacent to what could be troubled assets, and I just want everybody to kind of think about what that means. If we go to the next slide, we recognize we still have good market conditions. This is where all the new development is occurring. This is where you have probably that right balance right now of residential and other amenities and things like that. This is where all of our office users say they want to be. So, or many of them that are coming to the CBD want to be in this area. So it's this dynamic where a lot of people, as we've talked, have said, oh no, we've still got cranes, we look out the window and there's still cranes, there's good momentum. Yes, there is, but we also have this series of assets within our community, not just this employment district, but many employment districts where we need to be saying, should we be doing something? If we should, what should we be doing? And there, some might be conversions, but not all of them are conversions. And what do we want to do to try to work through this issue? So next slide. If we think about the public sector role, I think there's a lot of questions to ask. Will our investment expedite the market correction? If so, do we want to do investments? How long should we consider investments? Again, I mentioned the conversions. How feasible are conversions? Ned mentioned demolition, which is just a hard thing to get your head around of, we're going to take down an office tower. Or how do we participate in that? And then what is the impact of doing nothing? I mentioned the data point from San Francisco. If you look back, and our economist has mentioned to me a couple of times that what we saw in the increase of our residential property tax rise is the offset of a 2% commercial decline. So if we think about this now and go back to what I said in the beginning, not correcting until 2040, that's a couple different revals where all of a sudden our residential property tax could go up to a point we have a discussion about affordability. I've started doing research into where these residential valuations are going up, which communities are hardest hit, things like that, to try to better understand that, but I'm just starting into that work as well. Next slide, excuse me. So for today, like we said, we just wanted to kind of set the stage in the data points behind the referral, give you a little bit, and then also just hear from you, what would you like to better understand? What do you potentially see as paths forward or things that you would like for staff to start to work through?
Councilmember Driggs, start off the discussion, please.
Yes, that was a lot and a little scary. I would mention the recent revaluation indicated that commercial properties had gone up in value 40%. Do we know what the breakdown is between office and other commercial?
No, I can go back and look at that. I will. What I have been really focused on are some of the more troubled assets around the community, like that we talk about, have seen the vacancies, what their increase was between the 2014 and 2019 reval versus 2019 and 2023 reval. But I'll get the breakdown of all commercial.
Because that would underscore the flight to quality concept. Like in the aggregate, you do actually have growth, like people coming here, a demand for office space. Some of that is people migrating from old offices to new offices. Some of it is a net growth, but kind of understanding those dimensions better. The other thing was, in the revaluation, we came up with, is it 200 billion or something, the total base of all of the properties subject to property tax?
I'll go back and look at that one too.
I think it was 200. In any case, what I'm just saying is it's an enormous number, okay? And so you have this segment that we're talking about represents many billions of dollars. Our capacity to invest and try to impact that market is limited, right? So when we look at policy tools or talk about investment, we need to be realistic about what kind of macro impact we can hope to have. And therefore, I think our conversation needs to target either incentives, persuasion, those things. It's a little bit like with the SEAP and with our UDO and the trees and stuff. We can sort of try to push the community in a certain direction, but we need to be honest about how much difference we're able to make. So I think it's good that we're recognizing the problem. I look forward to getting more data and greater detail about what policy tools in particular have been employed in other cities, just so we have that repertoire to look at. And the last thing I'll mention is I have heard anecdotally from people uptown that conditions uptown, safety conditions, are of concern, that people are afraid to be out and about uptown after dark. And I wonder if that contributes to the migration to South End. And therefore, I think part of the conversation really ought to be, what are we doing to ensure that uptown, where these buildings are, is an attractive environment for businesses to locate?
Excellent.
And that's exactly why we're always starting with the 3 pillars, to remind you that it's not just about filling up office space or building conversions. We have to think about what happens on the street, or a visitor, an employee, a resident's perception of being in Uptown as well. Couple things, Councilmember Jiggs, I just want to point out that we've started to think about, and I'll give you one unique example, I think, for Charlotte. So Duke Energy builds a new headquarter building, which means they vacate their existing 2 buildings. One building is sold. That building is up for a conversion. The other building is then backfilled with Wells Fargo people, which now leaves 2 Wells Fargo on the market, which leaves a big vacancy in 301 South College. So you can look at how, to your point, some of this is about new development, but we're not backfilling as fast. And we're not seeing that growth in the business because a lot of it has gone to either a hybrid, less square footage, or we've lost a couple of floors in Uptown, just companies that have gone completely remote. So, it's looking at all of the factors kind of holistically, and what are those tools?
Right, but since you mentioned what do we need, I'm just suggesting maybe a greater detail of how that breaks down in order to see, because conversions could mean a conversion of the existing floor plan of the building to a more modern office type of environment. And I've seen some of this. Do people just knock things out? They create bigger open spaces. They put the little game tables in. Or maybe to residential. And if we are talking about residential, the information I had at one point by a local architecture firm was that maybe 20 to 30% of these older buildings could be converted based on simply the floor plate. But then you still have economic questions. And so for us, maybe the issue is, can we leverage the dollars that we have to incentivize a conversion? Can we achieve maybe some affordable housing in the process? So that would be an area, I think, to investigate, be clearer about what can be salvaged. Because, a knockdown and rebuild, that's a big deal. And frankly, I don't think in the current market that extra cost of knocking a huge building down can be covered by the value of the new building going up. So you see a lot of these projects that you just pointed out, and they're going in places where there wasn't anything like that. Anyway, I think very valuable conversation for us to be having, and hope we can come up with some good ideas.
Thank you, Councilmember Drake. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for this information. I have to say it's a bit bleak, right? When you look at the outlook, in particular on slide 11, where you outline our hospitality investments and our transportation investments, which we as a city, as a growing, thriving city, fully believe that we need to make these investments, but they effectively sit on the outskirts of this troubled asset cluster here. And then that creates potentially an environment where, as Mr. Driggs mentioned, constituents may not want to come uptown to live, work, and play, or they come up for a specific event and then quickly exit, right? And then that takes away those tourism dollars for the restaurants and bars in the Uptown area. So it is a bit of a conundrum that we're in. Also not surprised that on slide 12, it looks like a lot of the growth that goes through the South End area, which in parts of South End are in District 1, but it also follows the rail trail, right? And so there's something to be said about our overall mobility plan and how we build light rail in the future and the additional development that comes along with that. I'd love, as you ask about next steps, I'd like to see, some cities that have gone through significant growth spurts, who have unfortunately experienced a decline in those growth spurts, and see how they have handled it. So I'm thinking about cities like Detroit or Philadelphia, where the uptowns were quite vibrant at a point in time, and then they experience negative, they experience decline. It's good that we're not experiencing that, but it is creating these sort of troubled areas in an area that we need to be vibrant in order to ensure that our city is growing the way that we'd like it to. But I'd like to see how other cities are handling it, as well as, a city like Atlanta, which over the pandemic, experienced the hybrid work like we did, but due to traffic and then companies just effectively rationalizing their real estate portfolio and rationalizing their OpEx, they've decided that they would take on this, hybrid environment or completely remote environment. And Atlanta is a city where it is a growing technology hub in the southeast, and there's a lot of hybrid and remote work there. So it'd be interesting to see how they are handling the impact of their downtown area as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Tracy would like to respond.
Well, because there was a lot in there, and I think that we definitely need to pull together what other cities are doing. I'll ask Ned to speak for a second on a study and some conversations that y'all have had along the way about other cities as well.
So Walter Price and I were working with the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council and helped engage Ernst & Young to do a study of what other cities are doing, to your point. That's not necessarily a retrospective on when Philadelphia was in decline, or it's more about what are they doing today on these challenges. And two pertinent elements that came out of that study. One was a affirmation that the number of buildings that are really eligible for conversion to residential is really small. So unfortunately, we can't look too much to that. And the second thing is there's no cookie-cutter answer here. Each asset is almost unique in its own right. It might have something about where it's located or what's adjacent to it, or is there a retail component to the floor of it that they're trying to work with. And so I think as you all work with policy directives or the extent to which you can do something corrective here, Councilmember Driggs appropriately pointed out, you don't have enough currency to solve a multi-billion-dollar issue here. But I think working with Tracy, encouraging engagement with other members of the economic development sphere, the county, for example, to the extent that you can use things like property tax elements, like TIGs and CIPs, those types of things like you've used in the past, county's got to participate in that too, just because of the relationship with their tax rate, 60-some-odd% being county and city, I would hope, and also the other players that are part of the economic development ecosphere. This is a time to go back, and this is what Philadelphia did, this is what Atlanta did, this is what Detroit did, and said, okay, we've got new challenges. How do we reinvent what we're doing, what it is we're offering, because we need to grow our market share so that we at least recover some of these assets, or at least grow new assets while we change the nature of our tax base, so that by the time we get to 2040, office as a percentage of the tax base is probably a lot less than it is today. But we've grown other elements through restoring vibrancy to the core of our center city.
Councilmember Bakari?
Yeah, thank you. Good information, and I'm glad we're having this conversation. First, just to dovetail on what was just said there, I would caution us not to, of course, we need to look at what other cities are doing, and I think this is a bit what you were inferring there as well. Let's not burn too many cycles on that, because every asset's different, every city's different, and to be honest, everyone's trying to figure this out at the same time right now, and everyone's first step is to probably look at each other, and we're going to try to deduce things from different cities that were actions taken probably prior in most cases to the spot we're sitting in right now. So I'm not saying let's not do it, but I'm saying let's do it pretty quickly, but we're going to have to craft a lot of these strategies from scratch. And these are the ways that other people come to you to look at it and what's actually done. Secondly, I'd caution us that we've made a couple statements, and Ned, obviously you're one of the forefront experts in this space, so no offense meant by this, but I still don't know that we have, all the dust has settled on exactly what the go-forward themes and trends are going to be. This is definitely unprecedented, but my perspective, my hunch is two things are going to happen here. One is we are seeing the data points in an unprecedented way because we have the most unprecedented set of events that have ever occurred in modern history. We've had the pandemic for several years, which for that period of time changed the way people work, and we're seeing that right now. But then we're in this depressed economy. And the depressed economy, especially in a town where we are so concentrated on banking, particularly where everyone is struggling and with mantras of survive to 25 and things like that right now, that this could be prolonging something that may have rebounded had it not been the case. And we may very well be in a case where 5 years from now, when everything is back and times are great, where everyone has a lot more leeway and the hirers have much more strength to be able to say, everyone's coming back in, or at least at a more significant level. I don't know that it'll ever be the same, but I don't know that we should just make the assumption to snapshot where we are right now, that this is the new normal. And it doesn't mean don't assume that the new normal will be different. It just means let's be cognizant of that as we're making those decisions. The other thing about this, in the lens of us having ED and Uptown on this, which I think is great, we're going to have touch points to the other committees and broader topics that we have our part to play in. I think also secondarily that what we see that's good right now in South End and bad in Uptown, when those times get better and things like that, South End is constrained geographically. And there's only really one direction ultimately it can go, which is back into Uptown at some point. And so that means that there may be a self-fulfilling prophecy in a lot of cases when the economy comes back, when the new normal of working from home or in the office in that case comes back, and then South End starts to bubble up, it'll be hopefully a perfect storm. So what can we solve to anticipate and escalate that timeline from happening in the Uptown area? And I think that from an ED perspective, there are three basic lenses, whether it's our investment and our policy, we can look at. One is quality of life and safety. And I'm not going to go deep into that right now, but I think that is fundamental to everything that we're going to solve for here. And we're working towards, on the task force and other public safety items, efforts to bring us to the retreat where we're going to have a serious conversation about that. So Uptown is ground zero for that in a lot of cases, and we'll be having more of that conversation. We talked about housing, which is number 2, and up retrofits, things of that nature. I think that's interesting. We need to definitely have that conversation more. But I think the one we really need to emphasize is business development. And whether that's infrastructure, like where we see where the private sector is going, where we're investing, the entertainment district, things of that nature, or more specifically, what I would really like to see as my takeaway here for staff and everyone to bring us back is recruitment. Business recruitment, if the things I've said as my hypotheses end up being correct, one of the greatest tools we can have to trigger an early recovery would be greater business recruitment. And bringing more folks here that right now have these hybrid environments that are looking for a deal to be able to come in here. So the infrastructure then plays back into that. So there's a lot to do, but my punchlines there are, I love the data that's been presented. I would just caution that we need to make sure we don't make assumptions that the world has changed to look like this forever. And 2, what can escalate or speed up the path of recovery. And I think in this context, putting public safety aside, which is number 1, a close number 2 is recruitment and how we can use that as a tool as we move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Bakari. Councilmember Driggs, follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very interesting comments about the economic context. Are we actually doing any kind of economic assessment of what is unfolding? Like you saw in Japan decades ago, the real estate market went down and they didn't recover for decades on a national level. So as we devise policies, are we thinking about when these leases expire, what the likelihood is of defaults, what the situation of financial institutions is going to be, and therefore, there's a question about whether we've dodged a recession, but that will affect our scope for action one way or another. So I think we just need to be aware of those things.
So we'll say, and then I'll let you chime in too, Ned. We've tried to do some assessment, tried to look at kind of not just, we've used Uptown as an example right? But we recognize, but looking across, I've had conversations with John and Northwood, and like what does it look like there? How is that? The hard part is, again, every building is in a little bit of a different space, and the ownerships usually are different. So kind of trying to find that one fix doesn't necessarily work. And I'll use this as an example, I've got one potential project that is a building conversion. It's not on the tax rolls. So if we think about a tax increment grant or something like that, like that's an easy fix, but that's not the case for another building perhaps that has been on the tax rolls. So we're just trying to look at the different ways in that, but the overall kind of a blanket assessment of where we're going to be has just been a little bit tough as we go around and talk to different people.
I mean, I think everything you're saying and Councilmember Bakari said is entirely correct. What you're trying to think through are how do we accelerate these conversions? And the idea of enhancing the economic development recruitment process is just get demand. I mean, we're just trying to get more demand to solve whatever issues we have. That's a good thing no matter what. The other element is that each of these markets is a little different. Valentine, University, South Park, those solutions are different than the CBD solutions where candidly we do have issues that we have to address around public safety, whether perceived or not, that aren't necessarily as apparent in some of those other locations. But there you could be looking at tools that are temporary in nature, that if certain conditions are met, the building is more than 50% vacant, whatever the criteria is, and they'll all be different, that you've got different solutions. In the suburban locations, it may be that they have conditional zonings they have lots of office entitlements they're never going to use now. Could they convert those only while they have a certain condition to something like retail or apartments? Because that's, if we think about apartments, if we could correct the concentration there with residential, the retail will have stabilized users next to them. I mean, the challenge we have here is we continue to lose restaurants, right, because there's not enough constant demand. Wednesdays are great. Wednesdays at noon, we're almost back.
Right.
Mondays, Fridays, it's challenging, and some of the retail operators just can't make it on that kind of inconsistent demand.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could just 1 second follow-up. I think, Ned, that hit the crux of what I was trying to say. You said it much more elegantly. I think everyone always jumps to supply-side solutions, and clearly that's going to have to be the case to some extent. My hunch is you will go out to these other cities and you will see supply-side solutions like City of Yes for housing opportunity or, reimagined strategy. I think our differentiator, which is not only just in its approach, but also what our inherent kind of unique value props are of Charlotte, going on that demand side, ginning up really putting a heavy focus there, starting with recruitment, that to me could be our differentiator, and I think that's well said.
Excellent point. Can I go to Councilmember Marlena? She hasn't spoken yet. Councilmember Marlena?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I want to kind of put a parenthesis in there because we have some city-owned assets in Uptown. And this is one of those reasons why we have to give a level of specificity to name them and protect them as we think through this process, because we have, I don't imagine that that's something that we're going to talk about, recreating or, reimagining, to some degree. But I think it's very, very important as we continue to have the conversation around our arts and culture and how we see ourselves developing from that particular standpoint, that we say the names of our assets and make sure that we are intentional about protecting those assets and make sure that, they're still standing at the end of whatever we decide to do from a private sector perspective. So I just want to place that parenthesis in there and make sure that I feel like, it's been, my, I'm in agreement because actually originally I was having a conversation with my colleague here, Councilman Driggs, and when he initially brought it up, I was like, wow, that makes total sense, right? To make sure that we are absolutely specific. We have a responsibility to those assets. So I just want to put that parenthesis in there and make sure that we're intentional about it.
I'm going to
Tracy?
get back and just say something really quickly about the business recruitment piece of it, and just encouraging you ought to think differently as we kind of go into this conversation. But I probed the state a little bit to understand how much are they paying attention, because really the urban areas, how much are they hearing it, right? If you're thinking statewide, and it's probably not resonating as much, other than the fact that most of them are in downtown Raleigh, right? And that conversation is not different than what we're having here. But if you think about it too, when we compete for out-of-town business and inbound business, we are going against cities that are experiencing the exact same thing, who probably have a bigger voice in getting more aggressive, like with the state, with the other partners and things like that. And so it's just one thing to keep in mind as we bring projects forward. But the other thing is thinking about some of the great assets that we have, and how do we get creative about what happens to them? Is there an opportunity? Sometimes there might be, sometimes there's not. Just like talking to Northwood and the investments that they've made to reposition Ballantyne. And what does that look like and what does that mean? But the other end of the spectrum is, look at the Centene building. It is undoubtedly, in my opinion, the best office building in North Carolina. And it's sitting there vacant. And it is a wonderful opportunity to either get somebody in Charlotte to grow roots and own it, or to bring somebody in. The challenge with the building is it's not a multi-tenant building. So 700,000 plus square feet for one tenant is tough in this market. But we should be looking at it and saying, that's an opportunity that another city doesn't necessarily have. What can we do different to get creative? And I don't know the answers to those yet. I don't have a predetermined outcome on that, but it's just more pointing out these things where we're going to have to get creative on ideas, what we can do.
Councilmember Driggs?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just further to the kind of macroeconomic thing, when you have leases that are underwater because of market conditions and not because of mismanagement or overextension, often the lenders don't see any real value in foreclosing, because it doesn't solve anything, right? Unless they have a better idea than the current owner. So what they do is they renegotiate. You have like a virtual bankruptcy type of situation, and they just say, okay, you keep running it, and this is what we will do in order to allow you to be current. And I bring that up only because you have to take that into account when you're trying to evaluate what the environment is likely to be. I mean, for example, is anybody going to want to lend money for office? I mean, you're
No.
right? You're getting
Not
killed
now.
on your office portfolio, right?
Right.
So if we're making assumptions about investment or conversions or demolitions, we need to recognize the money environment is just not good right now. So I hope that will be one aspect. The other thing that's interesting is talking about business development. The competition is going to heat up because everybody's got this problem. So now, in addition to the job creation, all the reasons we had before, we're also trying to solve a problem when we recruit. That means the big environment could get tougher, right? Personally, I don't think people care that much about the big, actually, right? It's just a game they play to get some cash after they've decided where they want to go anyway. But nonetheless, it is a game, and so I think the question could arise, or we should think about the question as to whether our current big capacity and policies, the way we define the amount of money we're able to put up, need to be reexamined.
Great conversation among the committee. Let me just add a couple of points, if I may, kind of reiterate some of the points. One, I think Councilmember Bakari is spot on. He's talking about business recruitment and the demand. Let's create the demand. Councilmember Driggs, I like how you said we need to manage our expectation. What is our really role and how we can be effective? And Councilmember Molina talking about what's important. You know, save our assets. Some of those, when we look at the footprint, are city-owned assets. And I think, you know, comparing what other cities are doing is just a good benchmark, but that should not drive us. I think we got to be bold on what we want to do and how we're going to solve the problem. And last but not least, I think we all said something about safety. So I look forward as we talk about the impact safety has on economic development. To your point, you know, what is our strategy to make sure we can address that quickly rather than sooner than later? Staff, I would say this, and just for mine and commit, I'd like for you all to weigh in. On slides 11 and 12, I think it would help me, we can get 11 by 17. You know, I like it, But I think it'll be helpful, particularly on this. As we having a conversation about our city hospitality investment, our transit public, it'd be nice if we can label those so we can clearly understand decisions we're going to make and the impact it can have. And
Can I just say to that really
Yes.
quickly? Because I don't mind talking about our assets and potential investments that we have out there. But I also want to be careful that anything that's in the orange or the red is we're not suggesting that we're picking winners or losers.
Oh, no.
And so I'm trying to kind of show the issue without
Right.
calling it this building or this building or this building.
No, Trace, I totally agree. That's why I said we can focus on just on the blue.
Yep.
What we control and what we're going to vote on. I think it'll be helpful to all of us so we can have that visual. Any other comments, committee? Mayor Pro Tem? Ned, we welcome you back. Please don't let this be the last meeting, okay?
Thank you, Ned.
Tracy, anything else?
Don't have anything else?
Can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved. Second. All those in favor, let's stand up. This meeting is adjourned.
Let's leave.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the January 8th Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations.
Tara Bakari, Vice Chair.
Luana Mayfield, committee member.
James Mitchell, committee member.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager.
Dana Fenton with the City Manager's Office.
Matt Hassett, Finance.
Julia Martin, City Manager's Office.
Bree Harris, Budget Office.
John Lewis, Strategy Budget.
Ethan Smith, Strategy Budget. Ryan Bergman, Strategy and Budget.
Jennifer Allen, Strategy and Budget. Okay, for folks joining us online,
Renee Askew, City Manager's Office.
and I see we have Mayor, who has also joined us virtually. Thank you, Mayor, for joining us. So for today's meeting of the committee, I would like us to start with our committee's charge and process. But Mr. Heath, would you like us to review our second item first? Okay. All right, so we will start with the second item on our agenda today, and that is for preparing for our strategy session. So I will turn it over to Mr. Jones to give us an update, and then our committee members can provide feedback.
So thank you, Madam Chair, Chair Ajmer, and Vice Chair Bakari. Today, what I'd like to do is do a bit of a framework for the annual strategy meeting. I think in the past we've called it the retreat, but we don't want to consider ourselves retreating, but more so moving forward. And sometimes putting together the agenda for the annual strategy meeting is more difficult than the annual strategy meeting itself. So with that said, what I'd like to do is really try to set the stage and make a framework of what I think could be a successful annual strategy meeting for the council. You know, one of the things, I think this will be the 8th annual strategy meeting that we've had since I've been here. I guess I think the first time that we had a conversation with this committee, I think it may have been Kenny Smith, may have been the chair of it, so that's been a while. A couple of things that I think are known in terms of trying to put together the annual strategy meeting is that it's important for the council to get away. Facilitating good conversations amongst the council members as opposed to staff talking at the council members has been feedback we've received over the years, and limiting presentations so there can be more opportunity for conversation. I will tell you that we did get some great feedback from the council at the November 27th action review. Some of the items that came up that you mentioned were, you know, a number of you were trying to figure out what is the identity of this board, you know, focusing on the council's work on policy development, understanding how to be a successful organization, achieving outcomes, and then lastly, hearing from outside experts on key policy areas. So a couple things, we have secured the Grayland in Winston-Salem, Sunday, January the 21st, beginning that evening, and then concluding Wednesday, January 24th. So I would say that's about all that's, let's say, set in stone right now. And what I'd like to do is have a conversation with you about some possibilities of areas to cover during the annual strategy meeting. So again, that Sunday is really utilized for the council to arrive, you know, have a good dinner, and have a potential social reception, if you will, in order to get ready for the annual strategy meeting. On that Monday, what I am proposing, and I don't have an agenda because I want to make sure that we have input from you about how to form this, but I think at a high level, this will capture some of the things that we have been discussing. So reflection and looking to the year ahead, working together as an effective council, and you see that's a footnote there that we'd like to bring in some subject matter experts on that. And then what we typically do is we give you where we ended the previous fiscal year, where we are at the current fiscal year, which would be FY 2024, and then give you a peek into the next two fiscal years, FY 25 and FY 26. And then have a discussion about the council priority setting. And I think that's important. And what I want to do, Julia, we'll flip back and forth a little bit. If I go to the next slide, when we start to think about your priorities, they've been in place for a while. Those are the great neighborhoods, safe communities, economic development, and transportation and planning. And even as you go into your budget book, you'll see certain performance measures associated with those. So if we can flip back, Julia. So again, we would have a conversation around those council priorities that you have and make sure that those are still set. But also, what we learned over the course of the last year is that there's a push from council to have more precise performance measures so that we know that what we are doing is giving us the results that the council desires. So we would have a conversation around setting goals, objectives, and performance measures. And why I say that's important, because some of this, I'm sure you're aware of it, when you start to put it all together, it becomes a little daunting. So if we think about all of the policies that you've already approved, for instance, the Housing Charlotte adopted in 2018, the Strategic Energy Action Plan adopted in 2018, the Violence Reduction Framework. So there's no less than 10 or so policies that you've already adopted that have goals and objectives and performance measures. And I won't go over that all today, but we'll make sure we get a nice little package for you beforehand, because what we've come to learn is that in other high-performing organizations, instead of having hundreds of performance measures, instead of having, I know it's trouble sitting beside you, instead of having hundreds of performance measures, there are 3 to 5 measures per priority. And then it doesn't mean that all the others go away, but it's just a higher focus. And what we've come to learn, when we took a look at some of our peer cities, so I appreciate Ryan's work in the budget office, and what we've come to find, those cities that have won the highest awards when it comes to performance measures, they have certain things they do in terms of the number they measure, how they report back to their boards, how they report out to the community. So we'd like to get guidance from you during the annual strategy meeting on those. Day 2, and so if we go in here, and I started here earlier, but then you have these initiatives. So we start off with the priorities, but each annual strategy meeting, you have a number of initiatives. And last year, you made some changes. You made sure the small business, minority business, was elevated to a strategic initiative. You made sure the digital divide was elevated to a strategic initiative. And also you pulled out workforce development as a strategic initiative also. So we want to spend, if we go to the next slide, the next day working with you on where we are in these strategic initiatives, making sure that we give you updates, making sure that we're getting feedback from you if we're on the right course, or there's some things that will drop off of this list, or some things that we need to double down on. And we included mobility as a standalone. We pulled it out as a deeper dive because we've had some conversations about that each of the strategy sessions. And I think the next slide goes into some other areas that we believe that we need to take deeper dives, and a lot of conversations all day long about safety and Safe Charlotte. So we would be tone deaf not to have a stronger conversation during the annual strategy meeting there. Mobility, as I mentioned before. Workforce development, something new. Danielle Frazier's been working really hard in that area, both internally and externally. I think it should be raised to a level of a deeper dive. And this one, however we handle it, arts and culture, we are in the last year of the private-public partnership with funding arts and culture. So as we go build this FY25 budget, we have to have guidance from you in terms of where you think we should go, because you did have the plan that you accepted in November of 2023, the Arts and Culture Plan. And then lastly, the last day, which is typically half a day, we would have wrap-up next steps. But also during last year's annual strategy meeting, you wanted to make sure that your direct reports, myself, the city attorney, and the city clerk, gave you a mid-year performance update. So I think hopefully at 30,000 feet, I've captured some of the most important things that council has talked about over the course of the year, not trying to bake the cake or trying to put together the agenda, but making sure that we're in the, maybe the right church and maybe even the right pew. So with that said, Madam Chair, that is what I'd like to put in front of the Budget Committee today.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I have a comment here. So if you go back to the slide where we have one. Okay, so when we talk about reflection, I think it would be important to also recognize the work that's been done in 2023, and if we can sort of have accomplishment section under each strategic priority. Here is what we have accomplished in 2023 based on the strategic priorities that City Council had set in 2023. I think that will help us frame our conversation for 2024 strategy. But with that, committee members, also I'd like to welcome Mayor Pro Tem Dante Anderson, who joined us. So thank you for joining us. Committee members, any feedback on our strategy session?
Yeah.
Mr. Mitchell?
Madam Chair, thank you. So I guess for me, staff, can we get a handout? I'm at a huge disadvantage. I don't have this handout in front of me, and so that means I got to scribble notes on. So, we don't have this handout. Okay. So to the city manager's point, and if I can remember how Tuesday looked, I do think if city manager, so do we have, let's be on the safe side, 10 hours on Monday, 10 hours on Tuesday, 4 hours on Wednesday, or are we doing a whole day on Wednesday?
So Councilmember Mitchell, it would be a half a day on Wednesday, but a full day Monday and Tuesday.
Okay. I think the strategy session last year, I felt like there was not enough discussion among council members about our priorities and really having a deeper dive. And so we got 24 hours to come up with our priorities. I think we ought to agree that hopefully, 14 hours of that is really council having real deep dive conversation. I kind of like what the chairman mentioned. If you go back to Monday, and the first part we're going to do is the reflection, looking at the year ahead. And then to the chairman's point is, let's look at our priorities and let's talk about success. Working together, effective council, I think is helpful, but I'm hoping that's not a 4-hour part of our day. One thing I would like us to concentrate on, maybe the norms of council, and we can get through how to work effective councils, what are they meeting norm. I think it will help us. The budget outlook is important, but knowing that we're going to have a budget conversation in March and April, I think we need to have a fine tune of time. And I really think, just as one person, the priorities and measuring our priorities, setting the objective to me, need to be that 14 hours of council having dialogue. I don't know if it's breakout groups. I don't know. We did a great job last year sitting at the table. My feedback would be the more we talk among each other and agree that 6 votes we can get around our setting goals and how we measure them, we'll have a successful retreat. To me, the worst retreats we've been a part of is we get presentation to death, and we're just getting presentations over and over and over, and it doesn't lend to a successful retreat from my perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I agree with Mr. Mitchell's sentiments here, where we, as a group, have an opportunity to discuss. Can you go back to the topics? I just want to make sure I know infrastructure is a big topic that often comes up. So are we covering that under mobility or 2040 plan in general? But lately I have seen, at least in past 6 months, infrastructure topic has at least come up 3 to 4 times at every zoning meeting. So having infrastructure as a topic overall, we need to allocate some time towards it and also focus on tree canopy. And I know that has come up several times. So if we can include that as one of the topics, that would be great.
So, yes, Madam Chair, the way we would approach it, and this is great we're having this conversation, we'll make sure we lift it up, is that you would get infrastructure or check-in, and the tree canopy would be a part of both the 2040 plan as well as the SEAP.
Okay.
And so mobility, I had an opportunity to have a brief conversation with Councilmember Mitchell this morning in a one-on-one check-in. And so I think it's important to talk a little bit about mobility. So when we think about mobility, we think about everything that comes with that. It's transit, and when we think about transit, it's buses and it's rail. And it's some of the innovation around transit options, including mobility hubs, smart technology, things of that nature. But also under mobility, think about all the work that Ed McKinney has been working on over the course of the last year and some of the updates. When we start to think about those 2004, not the year, but the total number of projects that we have, which are roads, and they are bike paths and greenways and street lights and Vision Zero. So in that mobility discussion, that is also connected to infrastructure, and we would love to have some guidance coming out of this annual strategy meeting about how we move forward with those two very important topics.
Absolutely. And I think that will certainly set the tone for our budget discussion. That is very important in 2024. So thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jones, when we're also having this transportation conversation, it would be great if we could get an update on the gateway. So years ago, we had this very detailed conversation regarding the mobility plan with Greyhound, train, bus, and everything that was supposed to be created. We allocated, we approved to move forward with study, funding was approved, an update on where we are. So when we're highlighting, as Madam Chair mentioned, the wins, where do we still need to work so that that, I believe, can help us to know where to focus as we're thinking about priorities to get those updates.
That's perfect, Councilmember Mayfield. Now, I'm just going to put a little bit more pressure on our team. So I don't know.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Yes. So I'll date myself a little bit. There used to be this thing called a best products book that came out in August of every year, and you would see the toys that you would try to get on your Christmas list. So we're trying to do something very, very different this time, not necessarily providing you with the best products book, but we're actually stealing from Brent, and Brent did a very good job with a retreat with the MTC, but giving you a document that normally we present stuff to you, but give it to you beforehand. You can see accomplishments, you can see specific projects, and you can just take out of that as you start to talk as a group, you will have information about certain things that you brought to our attention.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jones, I'm assuming that intergovernmental discussion and agenda items for state and federal legislative agenda would be intertwined with every single strategic initiative that we are reviewing. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And Julia, if you could just go back to the big diagram. Yeah, So you'll see to the far right, the well-managed government piece, the equity, the engagement, the environment. There are a lot of things that we would just give you, and I just appreciate what you said, Mr. Mitchell. Some of the things we just need to provide for you in terms of, where we ended the previous fiscal year, whether we think we're on track. And those are things we can get you in that volume so that you'll have that information too. But yes, we'll make sure that as we start to think about the legislative ask, how those are woven into this also.
Yes, and this reminds me, Mr. Jones, as Mayor, at the swearing-in ceremony, Mayor had included in her remarks some of the metrics and performance for each one of these focus areas. And I think we need to ensure that as we discuss each one of these topics, we are coming out of the strategy session as a group, having metrics and performance goals for each one of these. How many affordable housing units are we going to build? What does it mean when we talk about corridors of opportunity and Safe Charlotte? How do we measure progress on that item? Same thing with infrastructure, workforce development. I think we need to come out of these strategy sessions with concrete numbers where we quantify the results and how do we plan on achieving each one of those goals. I think that would be very important so that we're not just talking just 3 days without having some sort of quantifiable way to measure progress.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that also. The thought process, and again, not trying to get out over my skis, is that there would be some additional discussion in the committees as we start to think about these goals and objectives, because I don't want 14 hours to not be enough,
Right.
but to make sure that if there's an make sure are more so internal to the organization. And so we need to make sure we check in with you on that. But I think if we believe we're going to walk away with performance measures that day, I don't believe so. But we need to get that done, I would say, in the first quarter of the year.
I agree. And I think having council also be part of that feedback process. So yes, you provide us, this is what should be the performance measure. But I think council should have an opportunity to weigh in on those performance measures, whether it's by each committee or whether it's by full council. I think that needs to be part of the process. I think I talked enough. Mr. Vice Chair, Mayor Pro Tem, any feedback?
I'd just like to add, I do agree with City Manager that, these performance measures would be great to have by the end of the first quarter. What we typically see with boards like ourselves is that the board will have a scorecard, if you will, right, that is, not a volume of an encyclopedia, but literally maybe 1 to 2 pages that has these measures. Clearly identify, yes, we're on track, don't have to spend time on that, but if there's something that we are behind or lagging, then identifying what is the risk mitigation tactic that we're going to utilize to get caught up, and spend time talking about how we can focus on those areas and unblock spaces so that staff can do the work properly. So I would love by the end of the first quarter if we were to have a scorecard, and we don't have to call it a scorecard. I'm agnostic as to what we call it, but just a 1 to 2 page overview of what our priorities are and how we are measuring them, or how we plan to measure them over the next 2 years. That will help to keep us honest, right? And then make sure that we're on track.
Okay, Mr. Jones, are you set? Do you need anything? Oh, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jones, I also want to add, when we look at this breakdown of well-managed government, equity, engagement, and enforcement, it would be helpful if you do decide to move forward with some type of scorecard. Where exactly are we on equity? When we look at LGBTQIA+, when we look at women, when we look at the fact that we are a growing, welcoming city of multiple communities, Somalia, Asian, African, Caribbean, how are we defining equity so that we can better share that and explain it to our constituents?
Okay, I think Mr. Mitchell.
Madam Chair, if I may. And so earlier today, at the Jobs and Economic, Councilman Bakari and I, we talked about a business recruitment tool. We got a great presentation about 31% vacancy in Center City with our office product, and then in some of the corridors, even Ballantyne, Ned shared with us it's as high as 38%. And so what we challenged staff was, let's be intentional, but let's create a demand to solve our problem. It'll be helpful if the first brush with that, if Tracy can just come back to us and say, here is kind of our initial thoughts about it. Can we get some buy-in? We thought it was so critical that I think out of the 5 members, and I think even Mayor Pro Tem were there, we all kind of weighed in and say, if we don't do anything, this problem is going to exist to 2040, but we need to create the demand and address this. So if somehow we can have that initiative brought before us, just as, not to vote on, but just to give Trace and staff a comfort level that we think that she's moving in the right direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think with that, we'll wrap up this topic. Mr. Jones, I hope you have everything that you need to have a successful strategy meeting. But with that, we'll move on to our first agenda item, and that is introduction and charge for our committee. So our committee has been established by the mayor as a subset of council to specifically focus on reviewing and recommending policies to fund community priorities, to optimize uses of public resources, and to collaborate with other government partners. So items, if we can go back to the slide that we have that goes over the process for committee process. Can you go back to that slide? Okay. So as you can see here on this slide, items that will be referred to our committee, this is just a reminder, where policy items are referred to the committee either by mayor, city manager, or majority of the council. So in addition to referral items, there are several items that we discuss every year. Annual budget schedule, budget workshop content review, a comprehensive financial report, audit report and updates, annual strategy session, federal and state legislative agenda, hospitality fund review, and review boards and commissions' annual reports and recommendations. I don't think this is new for any committee members, except Councilmember Tijuana Brown, who is also a committee member. But as we are gearing up for a new year, I would just like to take a moment to highlight great work that's been done by this committee in 2023. So let's go over some of those accomplishments here. So if you can go, perfect. Next slide. Okay, so these are some of the accomplishments. I don't need to read out loud. But I think every single one of us were part of this committee, including Ms. Anderson. So great job, committee. With that, I don't have anything else to add unless anyone has any specific questions on introduction and charge for our committee. Okay. So let's move on to the last item that we have in front of us, which is federal and state legislative update. Mr. Fenton, if you can walk us through that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dana Fenton, the city's intergovernmental relations manager. I'm glad to be here with you today to kick off the 2024 legislative agenda process. Just a brief overview, we'll be going over what our agenda is, what we can face this year in both the Congress and General Assembly. Then we have the staff proposed legislative issues, and then, of course, we have our ubiquitous legislative calendar in the presentation. Legislative agendas are basically a way for the mayor and council to communicate their 2024 federal and state legislative goals. And I think picking up on what Madam Chair said earlier, the goals are based upon City Council's strategic priorities. We try to look for things that, issues that may be doable in the current economic and political climate. And these things need to be actionable through legislation, budgets, that is state or federal budgets, and grant requests this year. And one thing we always take a look at, do no harm. That's sort of one of the first rules of this line of work. You don't want to put something in there that might prove injurious to the city at some point. And then we also work with a variety of partners, not just the Mecklenburg County and the towns, but also with the Regional Business Alliance and a variety of statewide and nationwide groups. And there's probably a lot more groups that we work with than are listed on this slide. Next slide. And this is the sort of the process as we play out this year, as we envision it. Start today, we'll present the department proposed issues to the committee, and then February 5th is when we'd be looking for the committee to adopt proposed legislative agendas for the consideration of council. And then on February 12th, there would be an action review item where staff would present the items. And then we would look for adoption on February 26th, which is the last business meeting in February. Just in case, this might look like sort of a short process, but we have a date this year, March 11th to the 13th, which is on the bottom left. That's when the National League of Cities meets in D.C., and when we typically go to meet with our federal delegation members. And we would need to have the agendas approved at least 2 weeks before that so that we can get ready for those briefings. And then, of course, we'd also have a state delegation briefing that we're targeting the first half of April for. And the reason those particular time frame for the state is because the General Assembly goes back into session on April 24th. Next slide, please. And then the one thing about the legislative sessions this year, we face this particular type of session this year, every 4 years, of course. It's a presidential election year. 1/3 of the U.S. Senate's up for election. All of the members of Congress are up for election, and then all the governor, council of state, and General Assembly offices are up, along with the Mecklenburg County Commission. So when you go to vote in November, it's going to be a pretty long ballot, I would guess. The Congress convened today. Actually, the Senate started today, and the House will come into work tomorrow. And for the week, we plan to be in D.C. for the National League of Cities. Both houses of Congress will be in session. One thing about their schedule this year, they're going to have more frequent district and in-state work periods this year. In some cases, they may be longer than usual. And then, of course, as I said before, the short session, General Assembly, starts on April 24th. They tend to try to get out by July 4th. So it's pretty much a sprint to the finish in the short session. And there are some bill filing restrictions in place. For example, this is not the best year to ask for something brand new that requires legislative approval. Next slide, please. The U.S. Congress, I'm sorry, I get the wrong, okay, never mind, I'm sorry. New policy proposals are unlikely to be considered in Congress during a presidential election year. And even right now, the House of Representatives, last year they chose oversight of the administration as one of their main topics, and they've been working on that. Of course, right now, the House and Senate do have some profound differences in how they view the federal budget for fiscal year 24. This past weekend, they did announce, or actually yesterday, the leadership of the Senate and the House announced they had reached an agreement on top-line figures for the budget and how that would be divided between defense and non-defense issues. But of course, now that's a big thing they needed to do. But Now they got to come back and actually prepare area budgets, 12 different area budgets that meet that criteria. So, and we are looking at, again, about 2 weeks, I think it's January 19th, or actually the end of next week, when 4 of the budget bills, the continuing resolutions for 4 of the budget bills expire, then the others expire in early February. So they're going to have to work real hard to get a budget done by either the 19th of this month or by I think it's the 2nd of February. And then in a twist, what we saw this past year with the budgets that were passed by the House, they were considering there were deep reductions to many programs that are important to the city, whether it's for transportation or some aviation, public safety, environmental, and even housing programs. So that's an issue, even though they may get a budget for fiscal year '24, but before this Congress leaves at the end of this year, they're going to have to pass a budget for fiscal year '25. So those same issues could come to the fore. So we have a lot at stake this year.
Fenton, on this specific item where we are seeing potential reductions, do we have quantifiable impact as to what we are looking at the local level, especially from some of these programs that we have that we get funding from the federal government? Do we know what would be the impact?
No, not yet, not yet. They provided the big details, but we were trying to look for specific programs that where the money would be coming down to the city to use, like in the transit area. Public transportation receives quite a few federal dollars for operations and maintenance, but others are aimed at competitive grant programs that we've been very active in trying to go after. So it's a mixed bag. But in terms of our impacts on our operating budget, we don't have anything like that for you at this time.
Okay, thank you. Also, I want to introduce our committee member, Ms. Brown. Councilmember Brown just joined us.
Next slide, please.
Continue.
And then we have some General Assembly issues. Again, new policy proposals are not likely to be considered this year, but there is some legislation from last year that we're watching, and at least the members of the committee from last time probably remember seeing a lot of these labels up there under the carryover legislation. And it has to do, there's some stuff that have to do with housing, with planning, with environmental and things like that. So we're still watching those. Those are the things that were not resolved last year. And we tend to, again, engage with the sponsors of this legislation to make sure that we achieve a favorable outcome to the city. Next slide. And then we're going to get into the department proposed legislative issues, and we've put these into 3 broad categories. One is that you have an infrastructure category. Second, that you have an economic development category, and a third is community. And we have the labels for each one, but let's turn to the next page. We could start talking about mobility. And again, this is, I guess, somewhat similar to last year's position. There have been some modifications made to it, of course, and advanced solutions, mobility needs, including the implementation of smart policies that advance next-gen personal and commercial mobility systems, and work in conjunction, of course, with our stakeholders like legislators, state and federal agencies, et cetera. And then for our federal focus on that area, we would be looking at supporting the federal resources available for the build-out of the strategic mobility plan, whether that's the capital investment grant program, it could be the RAISE program, and even some of the rail programs that we try to utilize. And then we also have in there support federal resources to support freight and passenger rail initiatives. And on the other side, the state focus essentially would be the authority to enable the build-out of the strategic mobility plan, i.e. what we've been looking at for the past 3 years. Next slide, please. Aviation, very, very similar to last year's. Strengthen the foundation of the Charlotte Douglas for future success. It's a very successful airport right now, but, you know, you still have to work to always make something better. And the federal focus, we would still focus on trying to get the letter of intent to build the 4th parallel runway, and then also other additional resources for aviation. There are a couple grant programs in there that we would be watching and provide substantial funding each year to the airport. On the state side, continue supporting the North Carolina Airport Improvement Program. This program was just enacted about 5 years ago, I think, and it provides about $100 million a year for the 9 commercial service airports in the state, of which Charlotte Douglas receives about a third of that funding. And that's a lot of that formula is due to the economic impact of the airports upon their regions. Next slide. Upward mobility. This is a new position, although it is not a new strategic priority for you. And we have been working on this in various ways anyways. I remember the last meeting, I think the committee had in October, you received a presentation on the federal grants that have been awarded to the city in this year, or last year, I should say. And quite a few of those really fell under the category of corridors of opportunity. So we're looking at a lot of different things there. And we'd be looking again at the economic development, the workforce development, other programs that grow the economy, attract talent, reduce unemployment, poverty rates, and enable people to generate long-term wealth. And again, under the federal focus, we'd be looking at the corridors of opportunity, and then look at other opportunities there may be for economic and workforce development initiatives in our area. The state focus, a support for the state economic development programs, especially the Job and Development Investment Grant that we have been awarded several of those over the last several years. And also look at the possibility of accessing pass-through workforce development funding that's administered by the state. A lot of the federal programs will send money down to the states to administer, and depending on the state, you may have some competitive grant programs or may be distributed by formula, but we would try to see if there's anything else that we could do in that area. Next slide, please. Digital inclusion, and this is a lot like what we've had before. On the federal side, the focus would be on to try to get the federal resources to be appropriately funded to totally fund the federal Affordable Connectivity Program. This is the program that allows low-income households to get a subsidy to access the internet. And the program has been so successful, it's oversubscribed. They're going to run out of money probably in April of this year, about 2.5 years into the bipartisan infrastructure law. So it's certainly, you don't want to have to face running out of money, but it just shows that there is a tremendous need out there. On the state side, the state has been doing some digital inclusion efforts, including trying to get broadband extended to rural areas, which is a very good thing for Charlotte, even though it might go to the broadband to the rural areas. That still helps us out. And then also there is some federal funding for digital inclusion that's administered by the state, and there could be opportunities to access it at some point. Next slide, please. Immigration. This is, I think it's just about the same as our previous position. The same support line for immigration policies that strengthen our economy and workforce, immigrant families, and communities. And then we have in there the H-1B visas, the pathways to citizenship, and refugee resettlement resources. Of course, right now the Congress is talking about a broader immigration package. It's always going to be a tough issue for various reasons, but certainly I think they're still working on it. And Senator Tillis was part of that working group of 4 senators. Next slide, please. Then moving down to your community area, you have public safety, and very similar to last year's position, but at the federal level, we would be supporting the resources that are available for fire and police services. And then at the state level, we do have some carryover legislation from last year that have to do with public safety. And then we have access or pass-through funding that goes to the state and federal government that we may be able to access at some point. And then under the next slide, environment. This is a combination of Charlotte water, stormwater, and sustainability and resiliency for the most part. It doesn't always break down easily among those lines, but that's where their main focus is. And there's a lot of federal resources for environmental programs. Some of them are facing budget reductions from the House. And a lot of those were enacted by the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we thought it was a good idea to get out here to show our support for those. And then there's a couple other programs. Well, actually, one other program that was created. It was the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program during the pandemic. And this helped people pay their utility bills, or their water bills, wastewater bills. And there still is a need for it, even though the pandemic's officially over, there are still quite a few people who do have trouble paying. And then there's a proposed lead service line replacement regulation that's been put out by the Biden administration. And this would involve water utilities around the country having to replace the service lines between the meters in the house if those service lines had lead in them. And that's not something that Charlotte Water is really set up to do. And it would be an additional expense compared to what we're doing now. So there would have to be additional funding for that. So I think it's probably a good time to bring it up with our delegation. Then, of course, environmental justice issues, the sustainability issues that were enacted a few years ago. Environmental justice is a large part that is trying to advance environmental justice, and certainly would have that in there. One other issue I'd like to bring up under the federal and even the state focus in this case is the forever chemical called PFAS. I know the first two letters stand for polyfluoroalkyl, and I won't try to go through the other two words, but anyways, again, they're called forever chemicals, and there seems to be some misalignment between the federal and state definitions of it, or you see that every once in a while. There would probably be a need to have consistent definitions between the federal and state governments. And then on the state side, there is pass-through funding we can access, like the revolving loans that Charlotte Water and Stormwater will receive from time to time. And then we have some carryover legislation we're working on as well. And on the next page, housing. This is a new position on the federal level. We had a housing position in last year's state agenda. And essentially, we try to, on the federal side, try to secure federal resources for housing. And in fact, quite a few of the housing programs we had listed that face budget reductions in the House are ones that we access. And in fact, one of the programs, there's going to be, I believe, a resolution on tonight's meeting agenda to accept funding for lead line service replacement, and that's both a housing and an environmental issue, of course, but just to give you an idea there. In that program in particular, the lead line service replacement, that's under the Housing and Urban Development Department, would be reduced in some measure under the House proposal. And then we have housing vouchers. We've heard a lot about employer or landlords not accepting vouchers. And of course, you have your own policy in place that landlords, in the case of city assistants, would have to consider applicants with it. But there still is an issue nationwide. The regulations for administering housing vouchers can be burdensome for some landlords. So there really needs to be a look at that, probably at the very least an internal look by the Department of Housing and Urban Development at that program. And then, of course, we also have the pass-through housing tax credits that the city secures in the state for affordable housing. And then we have some carryover legislation from 2023 as well to focus on. So with that, next slide, please. Before I get to the calendar, just let me say that these several issues were brought up to you. We're not asking for y'all to vote on them today, but we would bring these back up at the February meeting of the committee. And this is the calendar for the next few months at least. And I believe that, yes, the next meeting of this committee is on February 5th, and that's when we would be looking for action. And then we have action review on the 12th of February. 26th is adoption, along with our briefings, and then short session starts in April. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any members, any questions, concerns? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dana, when we look at the housing slide specifically, is that include the discussion of the proposal that Congresswoman Adams and Jackson submitted as far as, I believe the legislative language was around investors, because we're seeing so many investors buying single family where they propose once you hit 75 units, $10,000 must go to a trust fund for every unit over. Has that moved anywhere, or is that dead in the water?
Yeah, the legislation itself has not moved anywhere. We don't foresee that moving in the House because of the Republican-led Congress, for one. But also, there's a lot of other members who may not be in favor of that type of legislation, Democratic members, in addition to Republican members. So I don't see that going through, but in terms of your original question about that related to this, it could. We would actually want to bring an issue like that to the committee probably in order to see whether you would want to support that legislation or not.
So I think it would be helpful to break down the details of it so that we can, Madam Chair, discuss it as a committee to see if that is something that we may want to add on our list. We know right now pretty much it's a dead season, but as we move forward in the year in support of the legislation for when we go up for National League of Cities in Washington, to discuss if that's a part of the conversation that we would like to add in support of that being proposed. Regarding the carryover legislation, at some point it will be helpful, whether that's in an email that comes to us, more detail. Only thing you mentioned really was public safety, so it will be helpful to know what are the carryover legislation from 2023 that directly applies to what we have been working towards. Because I know, Madam Chair, last year was difficult with only being 1 year. We had intentions of creating stronger relationships with a number of us committing to go to Raleigh to build those relationships. So I guess it would be now getting that back on the table to look at those opportunities as well. But getting a breakdown of what the carryover is, I think could be very helpful.
I have a list of those, and I would be glad to, with summaries on it.
The email. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think that's very timely that Ms. Mayfield, Councilmember Mayfield brought that up. So as we prepare, if we look at our legislative calendar in March, as many of us who can attend these sessions, I think that will help us. March, we have NLC conference in Washington, D.C., and that's usually the time when we talk to our legislators. We talk to our congressional delegation as well as federal delegation. Would that be the same time frame we will plan those conversations?
Yeah, that would be March 11th and 13th would be to meet with each member.
Yes. So I think it would be important from the relationship perspective to attend March 11th to 13th and April for our state to bring up some of these key issues that are important to our city. Mr. Fenton, under infrastructure or mobility, I did not see that $6 to $8 million infrastructure funding that we had lost in previous years. I know we had tried to restore that amount back, but we haven't been successful. But I believe we do need to ask for that again, at least in next federal and state legislative agenda. We did have that in last year's agenda. And I still don't get that restored, but if we can have any insight into the process from our lobbyist team as to how we can get that restored, that would be very helpful. Because I know that funding, we use that for pavements. And we get a lot of those requests where many of our city streets or roads needs to be paved, and there is very little that we can do. So that funding will at least help us address some of the backlog that we have. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for this overview. It's very helpful. I just have a small comment. I'd love for us to include language around workforce readiness in the digital inclusion slide. So, in that language that you have up top around, what the real focus is here. I see the commerce and education. But it is critically important to have access to high-speed internet as it relates to workforce readiness. And I see the language for workforce readiness under the upward mobility and completely agree with that, but it would be great to have it as a part of the rubric for digital inclusion.
I think I see where you're coming at. I think the last part of that sentence reads, can access digital opportunities for commerce and education. That's where you'd be looking for workforce readiness to be put inserted?
Correct.
If that's okay with the committee, I think we can.
Yeah, I think that is important. Actually, that was part of our strategic priorities in 2023, where council, full council decided to include that as one of our strategic priorities. So I'm glad that Councilmember Anderson brought that up. So, Mr. Mitchell?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dana, as always, thank you for doing a great job. A couple of questions, and I think I have just information I think we need for our January 21st. Holland & Knight is our federal lobbyist, and then who's our state lobbyist for us?
Right now, technically, we do not have a state lobbyist. The lobbying team from KTS Strategies left KTS Strategies in December, and they formed their own firm. And so in order for us to contract with them, we'll need to get a contract approved, and we're trying to work that through the process right now.
Wow. Okay. I did not expect that answer. I was going to try to follow up and say, when would the contracts expire? But see, like one.
Oh, I will tell you that right now is that the federal contract expires at the end of 2024.
Okay.
There are 2 one-year renewals that the city manager can exercise.
Okay.
And we had the same setup with KTS Strategies. And I would say basically keep those dates like they are in anything that's new with them.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, then I have a couple of just quick, Dana, I think we need to schedule, if we can go to the slide with the legislative calendar. I do think it'd be helpful for us to schedule a time we meet with the Mecklenburg delegation, and we can do this quicker than later, because I remember it got to one point, we met on a Friday at 3 o'clock, and I don't think we had a good turnout. So if you can provide some feedback, when do you think it'd be helpful to meet with our delegation prior to them leaving April 24th or in between when we adopt everything February 26th? But I think meeting with them, letting them understand and building that relationship can be helpful for us. The other thing I think, Dana, you've done in the past, I think it'd be helpful, you've given us a list of the committees. And so we kind of understand who's on the Transportation Committee, who's on the Housing Committee in Raleigh. And so as Madam Chair said, when we start meeting, we get to know our peers and what committee and representative we really need to focus on to push some of our agendas through. The big lift, Dana, is I do think at a retreat, we really got to have a conversation. Is it best for the authority for General Assembly in 2024 or 2025 for that sales tax for transit funding? I think we all have struggled. How do we build a relationship and what's the pathway to be successful? I just think at January 21st, we got to have an honest conversation about our mobility plan, but more importantly, how are we going to fund it? And I think until we do that, I think, we got to give the citizen confidence that we have the plan, but more importantly, at the end of the day, here's the funds that would match it. And if they're doing a short session this year, I just, you got a better feel as a likelihood that it would even get on the agenda, because I think one of your slides say do the short session, they're not going to take up any new bills. So we looking at 2025, just.
I don't consider that a new issue
Okay.
because we brought it up now this would be the fourth year. Speaking about the specific plans.
Okay.
And before that, we've been talking about transportation with the General Assembly since before I arrived here.
Okay.
It's been on just about I can't think of a legislative agenda that it hasn't been on.
Okay.
Might have been in a different form, like one separately for transit, but issue.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you can just help us, part of our discussion at January 21st, I think it'd be good for council just to know the likelihood that we can get support.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mobility topic it's never an easy topic.
Yeah.
And I know that we as the committee had discussed a strategy, and I hope that as we move forward to our retreat, we will come up with some sort of strategy that this committee will actually take a lead on how do we potentially address this with state legislators. Because I do think we need a strategy, and maybe a different strategy than what we have had in the past. And with that, anything else on federal and state legislative agenda? Yes, if not, we will give you 25 minutes back.
All right.
So, good job, committee. Oh, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second motion.
All in favor, please raise your hand.
KTS.
Thank you.
You need KTS.
Gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting. I'm your chair, Victoria Watlington. And if we're good to start, then we'll go ahead and begin with introductions. We'll begin here on the left with Attorney Jessica Battle.
Good afternoon, Jessica Battle, the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dave Robinson, CMPD.
Sean.
Renee Askew, Assistant City Council Committee Member.
Lawana Mayfield, Committee Member, Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Dimple Ajmera, Committee Chair.
Ed Driggs, City Council District 7.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you so much.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got a couple of items on the agenda for today, our first meeting of the year. First, we're going to do a little bit of level setting just to introduce. We've got a couple of adjustments to our committee, so we'll cover that very quickly, and then we'll move on to the review of the city ordinances. Firstly, I would like to welcome Councilmember Ajmera back to this committee. I know that you have been a former member in previous iterations, so thank you for joining us. If there's anything you'd just like to acknowledge initially?
Well, I'm excited to be working with you all and being part of the Housing and Safety Committee.
Thank you, ma'am. We also have an additional, is there anyone online? Okay. I didn't want to acknowledge anyone that was on. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mayor Lyles, for joining us. Okay, so Housing, Safety, and Community Committee, just to remind everyone, we are here to review and recommend policies to provide for safe and affordable housing, engage the community, increase safety, and promote equity. And we see that housing, safety, and community fall into those areas. Given that we have boards that are aligned to our particular committee this year, just like with several of the other committees, we want to be a little bit connected to these advisory boards and commissions because they are aligned to our mission, and we want to make sure that we are utilizing them to the best of our ability. So you can see here the list. There's a host of them. I won't read through them, but there are several opportunities if you're listening at home to get involved in topics that are important to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee focus. Just as a quick review, I don't think we've got anyone in here that does not already know this process, but just so folks know, how does work come to that referral can come from the mayor, the city manager, or a majority of full council, and those are taken up in committee based on priority. The committee will work through those. There is a expectation that whatever comes to committee gets moved out within 3 meetings, and we often revisit some ongoing items, so those may not require action necessarily, but they will come back to committee for feedback. After something passed through committee and it comes through and we vote on a recommendation, it then goes to full council, after which the council is then free to deliberate and then ultimately vote at a future meeting on whatever policy changes are initiated coming out of the committee, and that happens at a future business meeting. So that is the committee process. Our committee consists of 5 members. We had a great year last year in 2023. You can see here we were able to get a couple of things done as it related to housing specifically, as well as support our grassroots organizations through our ARPA funding. We had a year-long body of work with anti-displacement, and you'll see that that's ongoing as that committee continues to, that NEST commission continues to provide recommendations. You'll see them come here periodically where we are looking at policy and program goals to address displacement in our community. Also, we were able to support affordable housing development, both by looking at our housing trust fund grants and also looking at how we can improve development fee reimbursement schedules for our developers, because we know that if we can build cheaper, then we can sell cheaper. Next slide. Our current committee referrals, as I mentioned, the anti-displacement, which is ongoing, will continue to look at existing and relevant city anti-displacement policies and consider new ways to protect vulnerable communities from displacement. We are also going to today discuss our City of Charlotte Code of Ordinances, which is something that's been on our docket for some time, and we discussed at the end of last year returning to this and reviewing recommendations and possibly taking action today as it relates to those code of ordinances. And then we will continue to review the work that's been completed by our assigned boards and commissions. Is that all? All right, so we can move then on. If anyone has any questions in regards to this, we can cover that real quickly. But before I do, I just want to pause and recognize Councilmember Brown has entered the meeting as well. Welcome to the Housing and Safety and Community Committee. And we will move to the next item then, review City Code of Ordinances. And I'll turn it over to Sean Heath.
Thank you, Chair Watlington. I appreciate it. We can go ahead and pull up the slides. Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager. As Councilmember Watlington mentioned, this particular topic came to the committee from a referral from the mayor in late August. And we can jump to slide 2 on the agenda. So what we'll do today, and certain pieces here we're going to try to cover very quickly because it's a bit of a recap of what was introduced in October. Other pieces we're going to spend more time on. First, we're going to talk about the scope of the policy referral, which is an important point today to talk about what it is and what it isn't. We'll give a quick recap of the October committee discussion. Then we'll hand it over to Deputy Chief Robinson to provide a briefing on CMPD ordinance enforcement in general terms, and then also the 8 specific ordinances that were recommended to have the criminal penalty restored, which is consistent with the memo from Chief Jennings, which was sent to Council on December 5th of 2023. I'll then close out the briefing with a bit of a preview of some of the quote-unquote non-enforcement related strategies that we're embarking on in parallel to the enforcement related work. So that's the agenda for the discussion. Next slide, please.
One moment. I'm sorry.
Please.
I'm sorry, Sean. I neglected to mention one thing just as we tee up this conversation. I know that there's been a lot of discussion and activity in the last week or two in response to some of the events that we've seen uptown and in other parts of our city as it relates to youth crime and acts of violence. I do want to make sure that while the focus of this particular conversation is specific to the city ordinances, I do want to make sure that everybody is clear and understands that we have initiated efforts towards addressing crime in our city. There's more to come on that. We anticipate having a more in-depth discussion and priority setting process during our annual retreat. I have met with several of my colleagues as well as external stakeholders and the city manager and staff, and we'll be getting together between now and the annual retreat to be able to bring back to you a broader framework for discussion and ultimately hopefully adoption by council, but that will cover a much more broad approach to our crime reduction strategies, which will be an extension of our Safe Charlotte work that is active right now. So I just want to make sure that we set that foundation as we go into this conversation, that both of these are absolutely important pieces of work, and certainly we are addressing the broader scope of the work as well. So.
Thank you, Chair Watlington. So the policy question in the committee charge here was cut and paste directly from the referral. And rather than me ramble on for 2 minutes and try to summarize the referral itself, let me just take 60 seconds to read this to you. I think it's important that we're all grounded in what the scope of the referral was. First, on the policy question, what effective strategies can the city employ to collaborate with Mecklenburg County United Way and Charlotte Center City partners to holistically address perceived safety concerns in Center City and surrounding areas? What are community concerns and feedback related to our unhoused population? Are there updates or revisions to the City Code of Ordinances that are currently enforced only by civil penalties, but legally have the option for criminal enforcement that should be considered to better help our neighborhoods and businesses across the city to thrive? How can these strategies take into account the needs of our unhoused population while optimizing public safety resources? Committee charge: conduct a comprehensive review, including a listening session for residents, business owners, and/or nonprofit organizations of the existing concerns, calls for service data, and available resources. Work with Charlotte Center City Partners, United Way, Housing and Neighborhood Services Department, CMPD, City Attorney's Office, and Mecklenburg County to examine the impact of potential solutions on the unhoused population, the allocation of public safety resources, and service providers. Propose for consideration of full City Council any recommended strategies and/or revisions to the city code that would align with the concerns and best interests of the various stakeholders. So just 3 quick context-setting points that I wanted to make as it related to the referral itself. First is just to underscore, the genesis for this referral is community concerns that were bubbling in 2023 associated with certain behaviors that were being observed uptown. Just to be graphic, public urination and defecation in particular was one in our parks and elsewhere. Also challenges related to individuals that were drinking openly in public parks and elsewhere in the center city. You may recall in the August timeframe, there were members of the community that came to a public forum to voice some of these concerns based on their firsthand experience. Second, while the referral makes multiple references to the unhoused population, I just wanted to underscore, and I hope what's obvious in the remarks that I make today and the remarks that Deputy Chief Robinson makes today, the recommendations here are not designed to, quote unquote, criminalize homelessness. There's a lot of work reflected here today associated with human services, access to housing for the unhoused population, street outreach. While we'll focus primarily on the enforcement piece today, we will provide a little bit of perspective on those other non-enforcement related strategies that we are equally motivated to advance. And the third point, just to piggyback on Councilmember Watlington's reference here, this particular referral was not designed to suss out recommended strategies associated with violent crime. Clearly, there will be an emphasis on that in 2024 by the mayor and council and city manager, but that's not what this referral was designed to do. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, it's been over 90 days since this committee discussed this topic. We had 2 holidays. We have 2 new committee members. There was a 50-minute discussion in October. I thought it would be meaningful to spend 60 seconds recapping the discussion in October. First, just as a reminder, City Council did not decriminalize ordinances. This was really driven by an action taken by the North Carolina General Assembly, Session Law 2021-138, commonly referred to as SB 300. It was enacted by the General Assembly in September of 2021. There was a 29-page criminal justice reform bill with one particular provision whereby most violations of local ordinances were decriminalized. So in late 2021, early 2022, the City Attorney's Office led an exhaustive effort with CMPD and other departments to evaluate which ordinances that were decriminalized warranted consideration to have the criminal penalty restored. So all of that analysis culminated in a decision by City Council in late March of 2022 to recriminalize certain ordinances. Deputy Chief Robinson's slides today will provide you some perspective on what those ordinances were at the time. We spent a bit of time talking about CMPD's general approach to ordinance enforcement, and Deputy Chief Robinson will reshare that information today. We obviously talked about the referral itself. In October, we discussed key themes from the public listening session, which was required by the referral. We worked with Charlotte Center City Partners to host a public listening session in late September. There were a couple city council members that had an opportunity to participate in that session. We had about 100 members of the public show up. It was a very constructive dialogue. Key themes, I would distill it into a few key themes from the public. One is general perception that quality of life and public safety in the center city has deteriorated over the last few years. Very strong majority of the participants were of the belief that restoring criminal penalty options for these ordinances, such as public urination, defecation, open container, was the right thing to do for the city. Third, interestingly, also a recognition that holistic solutions were necessary. Members of the public that feel very passionate about this issue and feel that ordinance enforcement can be an important piece of the solution. We're quick to recognize that holistic solutions are really necessary to get at the root causes, the underlying conditions that are kind of driving some of this behavior. And I might be adding a fourth here, but another recurring theme was a recognition by the residents that these particular indecent behaviors, if you will, are not committed solely by members of the unhoused population. So in no way were they suggesting, in no way am I suggesting, ordinances that were put on the table for discussion, and there was some discussion, but ultimately the committee unanimously passed a motion in that session for staff and CMPD to work on a quote-unquote comprehensive list of ordinances that should be considered that are germane to this policy referral, which is included in Deputy Chief Robinson's presentation today, along with any additional historical data and analysis that could be beneficial for the committee, which there is data in the appendix, which is available if needed today. Next slide, please. So, while, as I mentioned before, today's discussion is very focused on the enforcement angle. We understand that enforcement alone is not a full solution. This slide is really just a very simple depiction of how we would see the intersection point among quality of life considerations and concerns in Uptown Charlotte, the needs of the Center City unhoused population, and the needs of the Center City housed population, because ultimately that's what we're trying to do here, is find a suite of solutions that are meeting the needs of a number of stakeholders. So we won't have the luxury of doing a deep dive on a lot of this today, but it's really important, I believe, to be framed like this before we do dive into the enforcement angle. So very quickly moving from left to right, as we're thinking about this balancing of interests across unhoused population and the housed population, on the human services side, this to me is where there's a heavy dose of humanity built into the approach. So it's not just, well, what are the ways that we can penalize the unhoused population? This is what are the ways that we can support the unhoused population. So if you think about street outreach teams, street outreach, these are nonprofit organizations in this community and elsewhere that literally bring social work and case management to the streets. Because as we know, it can be very difficult to engage the unhoused population. It takes time to cultivate relationships. So after Deputy Chief Robinson speaks, I will share some information with you about actions we are taking now in order to ramp up the street outreach that's happening in the Center City. You're also familiar with some innovative approaches that CMPD has embarked upon over the last couple of years, including the CARES team and also the Community Policing Crisis Response team, which both kind of working together in a complementary fashion are focused on how do you leverage non-sworn resources to complement CMPD resources as it relates to engaging members of the public that are either homeless or facing some sort of crisis related to behavioral crisis and or issues with substance use, et cetera, et cetera. I've made reference here to the behavioral health diversion team, which is run by Mecklenburg County. To make you aware that they do have a few folks, these are clinicians that really have the sole objective of how do you divert individuals from the criminal justice system into the mental health system when that's the path that they need to go in order to really address their underlying challenges. So I wanted to make you aware that that exists today, but also as a way to underscore that this ecosystem of things that are necessary to address these really challenging societal problems requires much more than just the city of Charlotte. This requires partnerships with the county, partnerships with the local nonprofit organizations. We can't do this by ourselves. Moving to the middle here with housing options, as we're aware, traditional affordable housing solutions aren't necessarily going to provide the kind of solutions that you need with the unhoused population, which is why we've made reference here to low barrier emergency shelters, transitional housing, so you could think of that as temporary subsidized housing, so to speak, and then permanent supportive housing. Each of those are areas that we as a city have invested in the past few years, both with federal stimulus funds and with some of our recurring federal allocations. More work needs to be done. And that's another area that I'll comment on briefly after Deputy Chief Robinson's remarks. So finally, enforcement tools, which is where we are focusing the discussion on today, but wanted that to be in the context of some of the other things that we're up to. Let me leave it at that, and we can jump to slide 6, and I'll hand it over to Deputy Chief Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that, and it's always a pleasure to be back amongst this committee. Happy to be here with you today discussing from our standpoint as well as what we can do to help in this problem, in this situation, our ordinance enforcement strategy. and how we look toward more formidable and meaningful holistic solutions, as Sean has said. And if I take you to slide number 7, please, you can see that in March and April of 2022, Council at the time restored criminal enforcement as an option for certain city ordinances summarized in this table. And what you'll see, pretty, not innocuous by any means, but you see the things talking about camping, carnivals, bonfires, noise, shooting in the city limits, weapons, things like that. What we found is that when we look at the day-to-day for what our officers are faced with, this doesn't necessarily encompass what they could use. Now, if you look at slide number 8, the way that we focus our efforts for the men and women who wear the uniform and are out on the street engaging with the public is that we clearly would rather have compliance. That's just the bottom line. And as I shared with members of this committee prior to today, when we were here just a couple of months ago, we want compliance. And if compliance doesn't happen just by saying, hey, how's it going, a verbal warning, and then a written citation, and then an arrest. So we don't look to go from 0 to arrest like that for no reason or without a conversation or when it comes to these ordinances, because typically when we're engaging with people in this behavior, if we say, hey, knock it off and head on down the way, typically that does happen. The arrest piece gives us another leverage item, if you will, for our officers to be more effective in gaining that compliance without having to make the arrest. Next slide, please. So our enforcement after the ordinance was decriminalized from a compliance, verbal warning, and then we were able to write a written civil citation, usually $50 for the offense. And as you know from sharing with members of this committee before, that's oftentimes difficult to enforce or to collect on. Didn't really have much of a hook in getting that behavior to change. Not written often, civil penalty is subject. I mean, imagine that. And I want to be clear on the fact that we're not just handing out tickets to people who may or may not be in the position to do that. And typically, it didn't change anyone's behavior. It didn't give us any real option or teeth to address that. Next slide, please. So the benefits of this from a compliance standpoint, I hate to keep saying that word over and over, that's what we want. We want to have an additional tool on the tool belt if passed, but we just want it to be a deterrent and to change the behavior that we see that is, in our mind, it's difficult if people look at a situation like that we see often without being able to really help remove somebody from a negative situation. It's difficult to change that behavior. And again, we look towards options that align with resource allocation for that person who is experiencing whatever that crisis is. And so I think just giving another option with having that opportunity, if you will, to discuss, hey, from an arrest standpoint, that does tend to change people's behavior, as we've talked about before. Next slide, please. So, and again, I want to make it clear that we serve at the pleasure of the community in which we operate, and policing is defined by what the community defines as appropriate. And from what we have talked with people about, seen evidence of, talked with this committee about, and in with city staff, the chief has recommended their ordinance for recriminalization, as you see. If you look at the memo dated December the 5th from Chief Jennings to City Manager Marcus Jones, it talks about the particular ordinances that we feel would be effective towards changing behavior from a compliance standpoint. Obviously, the beer and wine, the unauthorized persons in parking lots, trespassing on motor vehicles, loitering for the purposes of engaging in drug-related activity. Now, there are, if you look at the arrows to the right, there's further workup that has to be done with these, not just to throw it back out there as it was, but to be more thoughtful on how that applies. Obviously, 1582 and 83, as written, And then if you look at 14,282 and how that conflicts with 1515, there were several that were not recommended for recriminalization, and we'll get to that in just 1 minute. If you would, please head to the next slide, 12. So, and this is you, Sean. I
Yeah.
apologize.
No, that's okay. So just one final slide from me, and then we'll talk about turning things back over to the committee. On the non-enforcement strategies, I mentioned that there are a couple things that we're advancing now based on resources we have available, so kind of living within our means. One of which we're contracting with Hearts for the Invisible, which is a Charlotte-based nonprofit. It's run by Jessica Lefkowitz, and she does street outreach. And I mentioned before, street outreach is, literally taking a lot of this work to the unhoused population. We will have her focused really primarily on the center city, not because these issues don't exist across the city or across the county. We recognize they do, but clearly there's a concentration of the issue in Uptown. So this would be the starting point. We've heard feedback from council about looking for opportunities to collaborate with Mecklenburg County. This is an area of collaboration. Mecklenburg County has already stepped forward, working with Hearts for the Invisible, having them ramp up their street outreach a bit, having them develop really a strategy around street outreach in the county. So our work will not be redundant with, but it will be complementary to what Mecklenburg County has already started with Hearts for the Invisible. We are also moving forward with rental subsidies and supportive services that would be devoted to 10 clients referred to this program from the Center City unhoused population. Through some federal allocations that we receive on an annual basis, we do tenant-based rental assistance year over year. That's not a new thing for us. And in fact, this year we have more resources available to do even more tenant-based rental assistance than is typical. What will be different here is the idea of earmark or designating some of it specifically related to this population. Because if there's a secret sauce here, part of it is connecting these pieces across the continuum, because street outreach in isolation is helpful, but it needs to be connected to temporary housing or supportive services or permanent supportive housing and the like. So this is albeit modest step in that direction. It is a step in that direction, and with resources we have available, we think it's the right step. In terms of future activity, as we look around the bend and start planning for fiscal year 25, a few things I wanted to make you aware of. First, this first item is just on the drawing board. We haven't identified a specific solution, but we've had conversations with the county and some other stakeholders. And this would be the notion of having a co-investment with the county and potentially other partners around a hotel-motel conversion that would have a low-barrier, non-congregate shelter targeting the unhoused population. We've had a lot of whiteboard sessions with our community partners, so United Way, Mecklenburg County, Roof Above, Salvation Army, et cetera. And this has emerged as a potentially very meaningful strategy. So we have non-congregate shelters in the city of Charlotte, certainly, but there's a need for more. And in particular here, where there seems to be a lot of energy is on the idea of having some services devoted specifically to individuals with severe mental health issues and or addiction challenges. So that would be part of this strategy that we're in the very early stages of working on. Second, I never want to lose an opportunity to remind committee and council about a home for all. So this, of course, is the broad-based strategy focused on housing and homelessness in Mecklenburg County. Mecklenburg County, the city of Charlotte, the entire ecosystem in various ways is working on this broad initiative. Council was supportive of us at the staff level kind of stepping into this work in FY24, and we will be looking for ways to support this work in FY25. In particular, there will be an emphasis on prevention measures. So, for example, a number of council members have asked about, are there ways for us as a community, not just the city of Charlotte, to do more around emergency rental assistance? We had a lot of emergency rental assistance available through federal stimulus funds. All of those funds have been depleted. We can't replace that level of funding. That was an enormous level of funding. But could there be a way for a coalition of the willing to come together to provide some very targeted emergency rental assistance on a year-over-year basis? So that's one area. Another focuses on property provider recruitment and retention. This gets back to work that committee and council probed into over the last couple of years related to source of income protection, for example. what are things that could be done to build a larger bullpen of local property providers that are ready, willing, and able to accept individuals in the community that have housing vouchers of some, rental subsidies of some sort. So some of that work isn't necessarily directly relevant to the unhoused population in Center City, but didn't want to lose sight of that as part of our kind of like overarching strategy in this area. And then finally, just to continue to demonstrate the left hand and the right hand are communicating with each other. In October, we talked about this notion of 3 pillars as it relates to work that we're at the staff level trying to advance in Uptown with Tracy Dotson and her team thinking about economic development and vacancy rates for commercial buildings Uptown, which for those of you in that committee meeting earlier today, you heard an update on that. CDOT and Solid Waste Services are also focused on the public realm and some physical infrastructure, which is mentioned here in the last bullet point, in terms of taking an inventory of infrastructure like bus shelters, benches, et cetera, and evaluating what's the right step forward for those assets on Tryon Street in particular. And then the last thing I would mention, which isn't on this slide, is we're having a lot of conversations with community partners about what are some things we could consider to increase the access to public restrooms in the Center City. So if you think about it right now, it's fairly limited access, probably less access than there was pre-COVID, when more, I think, commercial businesses were receptive to individuals using their restrooms. There is some restroom capacity at Romare Bearden Park. There is some capacity at First Ward Park. There's some capacity at the CTC, but it's fairly limited in terms of the number of restrooms and the hours of operation. So we're having conversations with Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec. I can't really share anything specific today that anybody has agreed to, but it is most definitively on our radar that as a community we have a need for more public restroom access. And that could come in the form of greater maintenance, cleaning, and security personnel at existing restrooms, or it could come in the form of new designs which have been developed in other rooms that are meant to mitigate challenges associated with arson and vandalism and squatting, et cetera, et cetera. So we're still in the exploratory phase on that, but wanted to make you aware. Next and final slide, please. So we'll turn things back over to the committee for discussion. Just one reminder here at point 2 on the slide, which is depending on what direction committee were to go today and ultimately council, if there is at any point a decision to advance certain ordinance to have criminal penalties restored, SB 300 requires that be a 2-step process. It's very consistent with the council norm anyways, which is to come in with an action review discussion and then at a subsequent council meeting have a vote. But I just wanted to make the point here that is in fact a procedural requirement of SB 300 to have it split up into that 2-part process. So that concludes the formal briefing. Chair Watling, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Sean. I just want to add, we did receive a letter before I open up the floor for discussion. I did want to highlight to the committee members and those listening that we did receive a memo from the Charlotte Center City Partners, who is one of our key partners here in the Center City, who's tasked with ensuring the vibrancy of Uptown and surrounding areas. And they did issue a letter in support of reinstating these ordinances. But what I wanted to make sure that folks heard here is that it did come with a couple of recommendations. The first being supporting a home for all, which you mentioned, and the expansion of the CARES team, which feels like it's within scope of what we've been discussing. They also mentioned business and residential engagement, which is ongoing. And then finally, a relaunch of the Real Change education program to raise awareness with businesses and residents and visitors to understand exactly what these ordinance reinstatements mean. So I just wanted to lift that up. We did receive that from Michael Smith earlier today, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to any of that if you so chose. If not, that's fine.
There isn't anything additional that I add. I mean, hearing that now, it sounds very consistent with the types of things that we're suggesting we be advanced.
With that, I will entertain a motion one way or the other on this particular one. I'll recognize Councilmember Edgemere.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Watlington. And this is very helpful because this is one of my first committee meetings for housing and safety. This is a new committee assignment for me. I appreciate sort of an overview, and this effort has been underway for almost a year now. I mean, this committee has been working on this for almost 8 to 9 months now. I remember Fourth Ward residents that came and spoke at one of our public forums, and that was months ago. I appreciate your patience. I understand that the timing can be frustrating in terms of it has taken us so long, but I think this is way overdue. Certainly the committee has been working on a comprehensive solution where we are not just addressing the enforcement, because if we just address the enforcement, the issue will come back to us week or 2 months down the road, and we'll be working on that. I think having a comprehensive approach where we are also looking at mental health support, housing support, ensuring that we are able to connect people to services, it's truly comprehensive. I will certainly be supporting it. I'll make a motion for us to recommend criminal enforcement for certain ordinances, so that gives our CMPD tools that they need to keep our residents safe. But more importantly, I remember where one of the speakers talked about taking their little one or granddaughter to the Discovery Place, where they saw someone defecating right in front of the museum. And I have been in a similar situation with my daughter. When I used to take her to the music class at Imagine On, I have seen a similar situation. So this is not just about safety, this is a public health issue. This is about ensuring that we are doing everything in our power to keep our residents safe and keeping them in good health. So also I think we need to clarify some of the misconceptions about this, because I've often heard that we are criminalizing by implementing this poverty. It is not. And I'm glad that Mr. Heath, in his opening remarks, he talks about this is not about criminalizing poverty. This is actually helps us and gives us the tool that CMPD needs to connect people with services, to get them mental health support, get them housing, shelter. I appreciate the work that task force has done, especially the stakeholders, businesses, Fourth Ward residents, as well as just this committee over the past year. I would like to see public restroom options sooner rather than later, because that often comes up in my communication conversations with our residents. Because with the main library where that option is no longer available, I think that really creates an urgent need for having public restrooms. I think that's also important that we address that sooner with a sense of urgency. And as a chair of the Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Committee, I would like us to also work and collaborate with the county to figure out intergovernmental approach to some of these key resources. Because when it comes to Uptown safety or just anywhere safety issue or public health, I think it's a responsibility of all agencies working together. So by taking an action today, we are doing our part, but I think we need to take a step further to truly create an intergovernmental approach to this. And I appreciate CMPD's leadership. I have read CMPD Chief's memo that was sent a couple of weeks ago. I appreciate what you are doing. It can be difficult at times where our police officers are having to not just work on addressing crime, but also really they are many times they're being asked to do sort of a social worker job, where they are actually connecting residents to really see where we are having nonprofits take on that responsibility, so that doesn't fall always on CMPD. I think that's great. So I really hope my colleagues at the committee level will support this. I think this is very important to keep our residents safe and healthy in Uptown. And just anywhere in the city, because I've also seen that in East Charlotte. When I talked to Councilmember Molina, that was an issue in one of the shopping centers. So this is not just about Uptown. I think it's the entire city. So I have put the motion forward, and I hope my colleagues support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Edgemere.
For the sake of conversation, so that we can continue the conversation, I will second the motion so that we can open it up for discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bottom line, in my opinion, this is criminalizing poverty and homeless. We've been listening to the presentation for the last 30 minutes, and I wish I had $1 for every time the word unhoused was used. This will affect our homeless citizens at a disproportionate level, and we know this. Just because we say that we're not criminalizing homelessness, that's exactly what this is doing. I appreciate all of the services. I truly do. They're important. They're necessary. I don't know if you all know, I have a peer support organization. I provide services to the homeless. I've been in reentry for the last 10 years. I know how hard it is when someone has a criminal record. We are compounding the problem. There are many residents in the hotels right now. The reason that they're not able to get housing is because of a criminal background. So I think if we go back to the slide before this with the solutions, I think these non-enforcement strategies are wonderful. And I think that the city, we should work with the county. I think a more appropriate referral might have been the intergovernmental relations committees, because this is a county issue. So when these calls are made, maybe the community health workers from the county could come out and engage with these folks. You know, Medicaid expansion was halted in this state for 12 years. And so people were denied, people with mental health issues and substance abuse were denied treatment for 12 years when they might have gotten it. It was just approved last month. Let's give it a chance to work. When you know, if someone's having one of these episodes or doing something like this and someone's called, let's bring in those community health workers to connect with the SOAR worker and help them apply for benefit. But to take them to jail and compound their criminal record and compound the barrier of them not getting housing is counterproductive, in my opinion. I'm looking at the CMP data jurisdiction-wide. If you look at the number, the highest offenses are homeless people. The total, there's 1193. There's loitering for money, 1413. The numbers, this will affect our homeless population, and to say that it's not I think it's misleading our public. You've heard the presentation, and unhoused was used numerous times. I wish I had, again, $1 for every time they said it. So I think that as a council, this does need to be addressed for the quality of life for our Uptown residents. However, let's utilize these non-enforcement strategies. Let's work with the county and bring in someone to provide case management. Another thing I think is important for our council to recognize is in that Senate Bill 300, there's a line that says if an individual may not be found responsible or guilty of a local ordinance, if when tried for that violation, the person produces proof of compliance with the local ordinance through any of the following. And that's mental health or substance use treatment. So these cases are many of them may even be dismissed. Do we really want our officers wasting their time to arrest for cases that are ultimately going to be dismissed? I think our officers have a lot more important or bigger fish to fry in our city. So I won't be supporting this. I see it as criminalizing homelessness, criminalizing poverty, and I think we should allow these non-enforcement strategies to work. You know, Mr. Heath talked about the things we're going to do, and we're going to do, and we're going to do. Well, let's do some of those things, see if they work, and then revisit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Vice Chair Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Heath, question for you. When we're looking at and I believe we're on the right slide that I need. When we're looking here, the potential of how do we address public restrooms, what studies are we looking at? Because Philadelphia started a study back in 2019, and they drove basically from Hoboken, New Jersey, throughout. What they identified is for every 100,000 people, they found maybe 4 public restrooms. They've increased that. They're looking at the model that Iceland, because homelessness is an issue throughout the world, not just in this nation, and access to restrooms is a human right and a basic necessity. So Iceland, basically, for every 100,000 people, they've identified 53 public restrooms that are available. So what studies or which peer city are we looking at when we're having this conversation?
I don't have a direct answer. I do have a database that was shared with me within the last week or so that identifies for cities in the United States and I think across the world, what does the per capita public restroom look like and how does Charlotte compare? So I'll have to take that as a homework assignment. I mean, the work that we are doing has been really through conversation with community partners, and we're essentially developing an inventory of what are the possible solutions. And I will say to you that almost without exception, each solution has pros and cons. Actually, I will say they all have pros and cons. So we're considering porta-johns. We've received a lot of feedback that porta-johns can pose some significant challenges. We're considering the opportunity to support, there are at least 2 entities in the city of Charlotte that provide mobile access to integrated restrooms, showers, and laundry facilities. Neither the porta-john nor the mobile restroom scenarios are necessarily long-term fixes. As I mentioned before, we're also in conversation with Parks and Rec about what would it take from a resource perspective in order to have more availability associated with cleaning, maintenance, and security for the existing restrooms. And then, as I mentioned before, we're looking at some specific designs, one of which is called the Portland Loo, spelled L-O-O, based in Portland, Oregon. And it's a rather expensive solution for a standalone restroom, but it's been specifically designed to mitigate challenges associated with vandalism, arson, squatting, drug use, et cetera, et cetera. So we're not far enough along where we have a recommendation yet, but I wanted the committee to be aware that we've received feedback from many stakeholders that have suggested if council were to move forward with the ordinance related in particular to public urination defecation, that these stakeholders would have an expectation that in tandem with that, something meaningful be done to increase the access to public restrooms in the center city.
So here's part of what I've heard from my colleague. A lot of this is the what if versus in this presentation, we haven't actually identified this is what has been implemented, except for our CMPD numbers. And when we look at those numbers, unfortunately, anyone looking at these numbers do feel like they are geared towards our community who is the most in need. Now, another reality is that when we have concerts, when we have events, a number of this disorderly is from people who have the financial well-being and the means, because you just chose to go out and you don't know how to hold your alcohol. So therefore, you have overindulged and now you're out in the community and you're creating a lot of unnecessary chaos. But there's not a clear way to separate the two in that conversation when we look at these numbers and of course you can't say have wealth, don't have wealth, have money, but this was associated during a Panthers event, during a concert, during whatever it was that was happening. That would be a tracker that would help to a little bit to identify where we're seeing these challenges. You also know I had a concern, even though my colleagues moved forward with the idea of a social district in one part of our city, Center City Partners wasn't even a part of that conversation. We're already having challenges. But opposed to us looking at what's already happening on the ground, a number of them threw their hands up like, yeah, that's a great idea to walk around and get a drink and take it from spot to spot. We're going to have the same conversation over there later when we haven't addressed this. So even though we're having this conversation of these recommendations, the non-enforcement strategies, by not having some that could have been implemented even in the last 3-4 months, or in the last 6 months when we saw the uptick in Center City, and having that data before us today would have been very helpful. I'm of the thought process based strictly on the information and my understanding of the information to possibly support us moving forward. At the end of the day, I don't even know how it's going to go based on committee, because you have to have so many votes. But there are some very specific questions that were not answered in this presentation that we've been in for 40 minutes that should have at least shown where you all have done some of this versus giving me a PowerPoint that says, well, we're going to attempt to do X, and showing me that overwhelmingly the numbers of arrests. So for the open container public drinking, I can make my assumption and say this is event related. It would have been helpful to say the weekend, or if it was an event when this was happening, because just looking at it, begging, panhandling, we have it all over the city. You have it on the highways, you have it out Brookshire, it is everywhere. That's a low number. That highest number is this open container and this public drinking. And even at that, those are numbers from 2018, 2019. We also know from because of that revolving door within the DA's office. So it is helpful that Chief Jennings, along with DA Merriweather and others, went up and was able to lobby, but that would have been helpful to have those numbers in here that since September, October, when we were able to have support from Raleigh to reinstitute and for mainly for the magistrates to lose some of their authority and for certain offenses to go straight to judges, to have those numbers in here and say what that impact has been. I can hear the concern, and I can see why there would be concern regarding how our impacted. But for me, I'm also concerned about those who are not unhoused, who come in and visit our city for a weekend, and all the things that they do that contribute negatively to our city. What do we have in place to address that? I would also like to encourage that what next step is to bring a presentation to us of here's all the things that us and the stakeholder group have identified without having conversations with us along the way. Because I just gave a simple example that consisted of a 2-minute Google search of what cities are already doing. First of all, we need to look at cities that are comparable to ours in size as well as ability, because we are a council manager form of government. We are not a strong mayor. Believe it or not, it is not a strong mayor form of government in this city. So there are some things in other cities that can be done that we don't have necessarily the ability to do. So giving me this is what they did, Tampa, doesn't really help me, because they have a different form of government. So it will be helpful along the way, because from, again, correct me if I'm wrong, the understanding is if we were to move this out today, there are still 2 more steps, according to the North Carolina General Assembly, that we need to go to that has more public input in this process. What I'm asking, in addition to that, is that you keep committee abreast along the way, so that we're not presented with, here's our recommendations, and then I have to take 10 minutes to shoot holes through the majority of them. I don't want to have to do that extra work. So I'm asking on the front end in this committee But for me, for us to move the conversation forward, we have a motion. So after my colleagues, if there's additional questions, when the chair is ready to call for a motion, then I will be prepared to make one, as far as yea or nay.
Ms. Brown and followed by Ms. Anderson.
You said me? Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Wallace. For me, I'm the newest member of council, but it's no secret that I'm formerly incarcerated. Or if it is a secret, let me share that with you now. I am formerly incarcerated. I've been home for decades. I've been doing this work for decades. I consider myself the expert. I have a great relationship with CMPD, as well as a great relationship with the Mecklenburg County Sheriff Department, and I do this work extensively. Product of my work is a young lady sitting over there who's my mentor, who started out at Sedgwick Middle School, who was getting excluded every day, throwing things, just some things that could have had her arrested, but now she's an honor student at Bennett College. It's no secret that it's near and dear to my heart. Can I do this work and not be biased? Absolutely, but I have to see harm reduction. I met with Sean in advance on this work, what we were gonna do today. It's my first time here, my first time really seeing it, to look at it, to get it in detail. To me, mental health is a big deal. If it were not for, some of the resources that I had in my family, I probably, I contemplated suicide. You don't know to a person, yes, I've been able to bounce back. It's only because of the support and the community, and it made me do my nonprofit to do this type of work. I work with the Department of Justice. I am a member of the National Council for Incarcerated and Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls, a member of Forward Justice. Any organization on a national platform that does this work, they will really, this would be something that they would not support. With me, I have a for constituents, stakeholders, and everybody in whole. For me to make a conscious decisions and to be fair and effective, I would have to see some more data. The data that I'm particularly looking for is to show that it's just not the people that have mental challenges in the community. I'm also a certified community healthcare worker, as well as a peer support specialist. I'm on my 4th year in criminal justice and social work at John C. Smith with a 4.0. What I would like to see is us bringing to the table the people that this has affected the most. If they're going to be, if we're going to create this framework for us to move forward and make sure that the city center is safe and that the stakeholders have a concern, you have to include everybody, and everybody has to be at the table. And so I would have to, what I heard today and in front of me, Councilwoman Johnson is going to be the closest to what I'm going to support on this subject. Today, I wouldn't be able to support moving forward with, to me, what I call criminalizing mental health. And I would like to see more harm reduction. I would like to be proactive. I'd like to see things put in place saying what we can do, what it looks like if it's done. Nothing has been done to show that that data is going to be measured and that we'll be able to make this work for everybody. It's no secret that if you have not walked in the path of someone who has been incarcerated, if you have not dealt with someone who has those mental challenges and those capacities. What I see a lot here is compliance, and we all know that when compliance doesn't go the way that it should, how fast it escalates and what it can turn into. So I honestly, I don't like the word compliance at all. I know the officer was big on compliance. I'm big on harm reduction and mental health services as well. So we all have our passion. As you wear that uniform, I love what you do. I want our officers to be safe, but I also have a duty. My full duty is for the constituents of this community that put me in this position. That's it, and that's all. I'm just here to serve and be the best councilwoman that I can possibly be with the information that I have. It just so happened to be that you're talking about a subject that's very sensitive and dear to me in the work that I do outside of city council, but I would like to see the scales balanced, and right now they're unbalanced on this particular measure today. So I'm not going to be long and drawn out. That's all I have right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was at the listening session when Center City Partners did the listening session Uptown, and what Sean laid out was exactly what, the constituents have communicated. It really and truly is, among other things, a quality of life issue for the residents who call Uptown home. And it also is it's an issue from our tourism perspective as we think about the tourism dollars that come into our community from Thursday to Sunday for all of the events that occur in the Uptown area. It can be a deterrent for individuals to want to come and visit us from the region and outside of the region, right? And so we have to accept that this is an issue, and it's other things as well, right? So there's a variety of there's some added dimensions here. It's not just a singular issue. I do believe, Sean, that the public restrooms and taking the public restrooms offline from the library is a direct effect of what's going on and some of the numbers that we're seeing and some of the behaviors. And I've spoken to MK, who runs our library system, around how they're thinking about the unhoused interacting with the new library that comes online. But I think there needs to be a more robust conversation that cuts horizontally across the different forms of government in Charlotte in conjunction with the library system to think about how they could really be a safe place and space for the unhoused, as we've seen that aspect of our constituents grow uptown. So I think that's important. I also think, there's some mention around, looking at what other cities do as it relates to this, and I agree, but I want to just make sure that we're looking at cities that are similar to our population base, but also our density, right? Because whether it's an international city or one of our peer cities here, the density issue is the challenge as you look at, restrooms online per capita. And so there are lots of great examples out there. Sean, I know you already know that. I have the chief's memo here and had been reviewing it over the last several days. And on slide 11, where we talk about bringing online bringing back online these 8 ordinances, there's a note, and inside the memo, there's some specific notes around 3 ordinances that need, that the chief is calling for more directive language, right, that would put up more guardrails around what this specifically means. And I firmly believe that this committee needs, and council needs to see some reflection of that language before you go forward with an action that says, yes, we want to bring this online, right? So it would be nice to have some level of draft of that language and how it will shape and inform, these ordinances, these 3 specific ordinances that need additional detail. I also think that in this, on slide 11, the ordinances like 1523, for example, that relates to loitering, it relates to a specific activity connected to loitering, drug-related activity, and things of that nature. But then when I look at the data, the CMP data that's laid out on slides 17 and 18, those loitering numbers are related to money and alcohol. So I don't see a direct correlation with that ordinance to what we're tracking. Maybe there is, but I would just like to see the detailed language that we would offer up as the new language for 1523, for example, before we bring it online. I do believe that as a council, we have to acknowledge that this is an issue, and as I mentioned, it's a multi-dimensional issue, and we need to make some steps to address it. But I just want to make sure that we do the work up front as it relates to the language and have a clear understanding of how we would bring these ordinances back online before effectively saying, yes, let's bring them back online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make clear, I'm not a member of the committee, so I'm speaking as visitor. I listened to the discussion and consider these issues, and it sounds to me a little bit as if in the minds of some people we are talking about making a choice between enforcement and non-enforcement, which we are not, right? So I regard the idea of recriminalizing these things as a last resort option, and I don't think anybody could accuse this council of being insensitive to the plight of people who are homeless or have been in the system. This council, in fact, I can tell you a lot of people out there that feel very differently, and so, i.e., they think that that's where a lot of our attention goes. So, you know, to say we are criminalizing by doing this or would be, we are talking about criminalizing certain behaviors, not certain people, and as a last resort. So we have a robust process for non-enforcement. We have the verbal warnings. But at the end of the day, if the officers do not have some sort of action that they are able to take to require that people stop doing these things, then the message we are sending to the rest of the community is that this council believes it's okay that the average person in the street is required to be exposed to some of these things, and their children are. And so I really think we have a duty of care that extends to protecting the larger population that finds it difficult to run up against these things, particularly when in the company of their children, walking around Uptown, and the only thing that criminalizing says is we will continue to pursue vigorously our non-enforcement options. The officers have always been restrained anyway. The officers will make every effort to try to discourage some of these really objectionable behaviors before resorting to the arrest. But if they don't have the possibility of invoking a criminal statute, they're just ignored. And then the rest of the public looks at them and says, hey, why aren't you doing something? And so it reflects on them. And therefore, I accept that remarks have been made. I accept them about, okay, more work, or I want data, I want to see this and I want to see that. But at the end of the day, I don't think the bottom line for this council should be that we, at the end, we think it's acceptable for these behaviors to take place. So however we do it, we have got to have one last line of defense that says, no, this is not happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. I know we got one more comment from the committee, but I did want to just jump in and offer my thoughts as well. What I'm hearing from folks is that it seems pretty clear that everybody around here would like a holistic approach. And what I've heard shared from staff and what I've heard shared from some of our external partners is that that is definitely the idea, is that not only do we want to address some of these broader issues, we also want to make sure that we are protecting the broader public interest as well, not only for visitors, but for residents, for businesses, for employees as well. I personally wholeheartedly agree with that. The reason that people continue to move here is because it's a place that Charlotte is a place that people want to live. And part of that is feeling safe on the streets. And as I look at the ordinances, I think several of the members of the committee have already mentioned that none of these are inherently attributed to unhoused populations. At the end of the day, these are behaviors. Now, I absolutely agree that I want to see more of a plan around public restrooms, which I think has been said several times. So that one is absolutely clear. The rest of these, though, are not necessarily choices that one has to make because they are unhoused. So I think we've got to separate this conversation. And because of that, I do look forward to supporting moving forward with this, with the caveats that have already been mentioned in terms of wanting to get more information about what the specific plans will be around the public restrooms, wanting to really understand this data and who and how are people being impacted based on the data that we're impacting our unhoused population on particular ones. Again, I think that we have a sense of that. And then also, I want to make sure that as we move forward, we're considering how this work supports the broader work of improving the quality of life for our residents. So those are my comments. Before we move to the vote, I believe that Councilmember Johnson did have something additional that she wanted to share. We are at 11 minutes past the hour, so we'll give folks one more round if they need it, and then we'll go ahead and take action. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Dr. Watlington. I also just want to add, it's not just the unhoused, it's as Councilmember Brown said, it's the mental health component. So I would say, 95% of those incarcerated, especially or homeless, have a history of mental health. And when I say 95%, I can speak from my position in reentry, having a reentry house. How many of those individuals had a history of mental health? So I think we really need to take that into effect. And I want to ask Sean if you could just explain the Senate Bill 300, because I skimmed over it, but I want council to understand the language in Senate Bill, or maybe Jessica, maybe that's something for you to read, the Senate Bill 300 and the language regarding the dismissal of the charge if a person is unemployed or seeking mental health treatment. So can you give us some information on that?
Good afternoon. Yes, Councilmember Johnson, I'd be glad to. I don't have the full Senate Bill 300 in front of me, but it does allow for certain defenses for people charged with violating city ordinances, and some of our criminal statutes in North Carolina do allow for that as well. But it would allow anyone who is charged with any of these particular matters, I believe within a certain amount of days, they would need to present evidence that they have a mental health concern and that they are seeking treatment of that as a defense. If you look at other more egregious criminal matters, we've seen people talk about mental health defenses as it relates to their intent to commit a crime, and I believe that's what Senate Bill 300 goes to address as it relates to those defenses that are allowed. The Senate bill also does have some restrictions as to if the person has also not committed a secondary offense of one of these ordinances, that will be a defense as well to have those charges dismissed. Obviously, the district attorney's office would handle those portions, not so much CMPD officers taking evidence of treatment or otherwise out when they are encountering these folks, but that would be evidence that would be put on the record to be dismissed. And certainly mental health concerns, whether it is a formerly incarcerated person, an unhoused person, or someone who showed up in Charlotte as a tourist, they could present those documents, and certainly that would be a defense for the district attorney's office to consider to dismiss prior to trial, or for a judge to use to dismiss during a misdemeanor trial.
Okay, so thank you so much. So that's just another thing that I'm saying is to look out for our officers as well. We have limited resources. We are understaffed as far as police officers. So I would just say, from a council perspective, these ordinances already are going to disproportionately affect our most vulnerable citizens, those who are homeless, those who are suffering from mental health. I suggest that we implement these non-criminalized enforcement tactics, work with the county, make sure we're calling folks out to get the people to help them and not to harm them. Arresting them only harms them more, because if it makes it difficult for housing. We need to treat the root cause. And that's what I would say. And another thing I just want to address, Councilmember Ashmira said that we're doing all that we can do. And I just want to ask, are any public buildings, is this building open to the public for individuals to use the bathroom? I remember after COVID, the public pushed and asked us to open up a CATS location for a reentry center. That was turned down. There's restrooms in that facility. So we're not doing all that we can do to address this problem from a city perspective. We need to do more before we harm these individuals by giving them more of a criminal record, because it's the impact of the reentry is just, it's lifelong. Councilmember Brown said that. She's been home over 20 years doing great work, and she still has to check that box. I've been working in this field. We need to do more. Population, individuals with mental health is not the best way to go about it. Thank you.
I just wanted to, for clarity, to answer that question about this building being open to the public. It is my understanding that this building is in fact open to the public. We're outside of a state of emergency. So just so folks are clear.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, this building's open to the public.
So individuals who are homeless could come in here and use the bathroom?
Anybody can come in here and use the bathroom.
Okay. Anybody. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington. Is it open 24 hours a day? Oh, I didn't know. I just, okay. All
Maybe
right.
that's the issue, the 24
So-
hours, maybe, yeah, that's the issue.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington and Madam Chair. So I did want to, I spend my life doing this work, and I'm an expert on SB 300, because we dissect it inside and out. I will close with this. The collateral consequences that a person that is previously incarcerated, and let's be clear, there are a lot of people that are incarcerated that shouldn't be. I want to be specific. I don't have an innocent story, white collar crime. I live my life sharing my story as a educational tool for others not to go down that path, because once you do, you pretty much are screwed. It has taken me forever to get my life together, and still today, if I wanted to go out and rent, as a city council member, I want everybody to hear this, and for the record, if I wanted to rent an apartment, I still have to check the box, okay? Have you ever been convicted of a crime? So if I didn't have a backup plan and I needed to rent, then I couldn't be rent. I wouldn't be able to rent, so I could be homeless. I'm gonna go back to, no matter what we do, until we get to understand the effects of mental health, sending people down where Sheriff Gary McFadden is, they're overpopulated already. They have more than enough problems down there, I know, because I'm in that jail once a week, educating the women. I would say that we have got to find a way to be more inclusive when it comes to restorative justice and reimagining what our communities could look like without, and I know Ed is my colleague, I want to, Councilman Ed, who I really respect a lot for his expertise and his knowledge. But this is an area for me that is plain and simple. The amount of resources, Department of Social Services, more, you have to bring the nonprofit entities to this table and keep them here and make sure that the work is being done, that the boots are on the ground, and we can clean up City Center. Everybody wants to walk downtown and be safe, but we want to walk on West Boulevard and be safe too. We want to walk on W.T. Harris and be safe. That we'll have another discussion, be able to discuss this at another date, but we have got to remember that there's more to our quality of life than City Center Charlotte. We got to make sure that when we put as much focus on City Center and Uptown, downtown, whichever one you prefer, I'm born and raised here, it's downtown to me, that's neither here nor there. We want to make sure that the entire city and the people that put their life on the line and leave their families every day are safe. And we have got to come back to community and making sure that we involve them, and I just don't see that we're doing that. I have to be honest, I just don't see that we're doing that. And so if we don't involve the experts who we are making these decisions for, then we're going to continue to fail. It's proven time and time again. I have the data to support that. So that's what I'm going to end with. Dr. Wallaton and Madam Chair, I'll give it back to you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I may add to a brief comment. I know a lot of our members of the board, we thank you all, as always, for all of your input. I did just want to make sure I emphasize that if any or all of the when officers encounter a particular person, they obviously have the discretion to give a verbal warning. They have discretion to write a citation or an arrest. So I just wanted to make the board aware that if it were to be voted that any or all of these ordinances were recriminalized, there is the option that whether a person is formerly incarcerated, unhoused, has a mental health concern, they could still get a citation, and officers would have the discretion to make an actual arrest and take them to the magistrate. So I didn't want anyone to think that meant automatic arrest as part of enforcement, but citations would still be available.
Dr. Wallaton.
Yes, ma'am. This is going to be the last
Real
comment,
brief. It's
and
real
then
brief.
we're going to
Okay.
go vote.
So I don't have enough information. There's too much red tape and what ifs for me to say yes to move forward. I know that the committee has been working on it for a long time, but I haven't. And I've only been in council for 4 weeks, so I would need to really dissect and look at this more. I don't know what my colleagues' decision would be today, but my decision would be no.
Thank you, ma'am. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification on what she said. If I could get clarification on what the attorneys just said. So in looking at the slide, it looks like when it was decriminalized, officers were able to write citations then also. So the difference, it looked like, according to that slide, in criminalizing versus decriminalizing, the difference was the ability to arrest.
So right now, officers are able to write a civil citation for that civil fine.
Okay.
That's the $50 fine. That's truly, I compare it to, forgive me, like a simple parking ticket. Here's your parking ticket, pay your fine. But there are also criminal citations that you would get for like a speeding ticket. Here's your citation for your speeding ticket. Come to court, see the judge, maybe ask for a reduction in pay. That's an option with these ordinances versus actual arrest. So there would be a civil citation for the $50 fine. There could be a criminal citation to cite someone with a criminal offense, or a full-out arrest to charge someone with the criminal.
And when those criminal citations are given, are they mailed the court date? Is that what happens?
The court date is put on the citation as part of what you are charged with, the courtroom and the time and date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Motion on the floor that's been properly second.
Dr. Wallaton is speaking, you guys.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. There's a second to recommend that we move forward with criminal enforcement for the certain ordinances that were reflected on slide 11 to move to the full council for additional deliberation ahead of a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. And all those opposed? 1, 2. Thank you. That carries. Yes, ma'am. We'll take final comments from the group. We've got a couple of minutes.
Okay.
We've got a couple of minutes, so we'll start at the end, Ms. Brown, if you'd like, and then we'll just move forward.
Brown doesn't have any further comments. I've made myself crystal clear on how I feel about this subject.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just want our committee members to know that our work doesn't end here. Councilmember Brown is correct. This requires further collaboration with nonprofits and other partners. So we'll continue that, and hopefully we can bring this up as our intergovernmental relations topic that Councilmember Brown serves on that committee. So hopefully we can address that more comprehensively in that committee. So thank you.
Vice Chair?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Johnson? Okay. Mr. Cruz? All right, thank y'all so much. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? I'll see y'all soon.